Mhm. Mm. Yeah. So, what item are you here for?
We're doing the
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for attending our the City of Soledad Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting for August 6, 2025. The public meeting will open at 5 p.m. right now, but we're gonna be closing after comments for closed session. The regular public open meeting will start at 6:30 for those of you who did not know, or as soon as thereafter, as the closed session is concluded. And any reportable action taken during the closed session will be reported out at that time. You can you can participate in this meeting by joining Zoom with the ID number 8330-5476-033, or you can also call 1-669-900-6833 and use the meeting code A330547-06033. And then can we start with roll call, please?
She's on her way.
On her way.
On our way.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Cabrera,
Here.
Councilmember Fernando Sanchez,
Here.
Councilmember Mados,
Here.
Councilmember Ben Jose.
Here. At this time, we're gonna do a public comment for closed session items only. Any member of the public may address the council agency on closed session items appearing on the agenda. Speakers should have limited time of 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. Do we have anybody online? No.
And I'll just note for the record that we have 4 items. One is the city manager contract, basically / evaluation. The second item is a conferring with the city attorney regarding the litigation matter. The third item is instructions to the city's real property negotiator concerning the sale or exchange of property identified as assessor's parcel number 257-082-005. And the fourth and final action is to give instructions to the city's negotiator concerning the sale, exchange, lease of property at 11232 Monterey Street.
And at this time, we're gonna close the public session and retire for a closed session. We will come back at 6:30
Yes.
or after we finish that session. Let's go.
Hello. Could you please assign me as an interpreter, please?
Okay, I think we are ready. Yes. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us here, and thank you for your patience as we are coming back from closed session. So I will turn it over to our city attorney to report on our closed session items.
I don't actually have that much to report. We only were able to get through item number 1, and we didn't complete that. And so we're going to have to adjourn at the end of the regular meeting and go back to the closed session to take up items 2, 3, and 4 and complete item 1.
Okay, perfect. So we'll move on to our next item of business, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And so if we can have, we have our STEPS teams joining us today. And if I can have one of them, please help us and lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance. So any one of you guys.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to additions, modifications to our agenda. And so I do have a addition and modification to the agenda today under our under our presentations. We do have several presentations, but I do want to make sure that I would like to have presentation number 2, which is a presentation of the Sun Street Center South County Prevention Program by Coordinator Danelle Hernandez. If we can have that presentation first, and then we can have the presentation by Central Coast Community Energy Community Relations Manager Sophia Schwarzky. If we can have that presentation second. Okay, so we'll make that modification. So once we get to that, area, I'll let you guys know. I just wanted to make sure that we clarified that under the presentations council. Okay, so with that, we don't need to take a vote on that. So that is done. So we'll move on then to public comments. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council for any items that are interest and within the jurisdiction of the council. Speakers do have 3 minutes. If you can please be brief and to the point. Just as a reminder, if you are joining us via Zoom, if you can please raise your hand so we can recognize you. Please use your hand feature that's on the bottom of your screen. You do have 3 minutes. I'm gonna call on those that are joining us here first on in our chambers, and then call those that are joining us via Zoom. We do ask that the public and the council also maintain decorum during the public comment portion. Please be respectful and refrain from making any personal attacks or derogatory comments. So with that, I will open it up for public comments for those that are joining us here in our council chambers. And if you'd like to come up to make any public comments, if you'd like to come up to the podium, please. So I will open it up for public comments from those that are joining us here in our council chambers. Any public comments? Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any members of the public would like to make any comments? Those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, and I see no hands raised from those that are joining us via Zoom for the public comments. Okay, so seeing no hands raised, I will close the public comment portion of our agenda. So at this time, I'd like to ask our city clerk, do we have any written public comments that came in? None? Okay, perfect. Then I will close the public comments, and then I will move on to our next item of business, and is our Soledad Youth Council update and introduction of our 2025-26 youth commissioners. And I will turn this over to Jessica Potts, our director of recreation manager, recreation director.
Yeah.
Our Parks and Recreation director. Thank you.
Hi, I am Jessica, the Parks and Recreation Director. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're going to update you on the 2025-26 Youth Commissioner and provide an overview of the city's administration of the Soledad Youth Council. This will include a review of recent transitions, structural improvements, and upcoming plans focused on civic engagement and youth leadership. So we're going to start off with why the change. In previous years, the Youth Council was co-managed by the city and the school district. This past year, the Parks and Recreation Department took over leadership of the program in April upon the departure of the community engagement manager. And we spent some time evaluating the program, talking to the youth participants, the youth commissioners, and getting a real good feel for what went good, went bad, what could be tweaked, how they felt, what their vision was for the program, and seeing how we can align it, doing some research on what other programs are doing in the area, in the nation at large. And so we are coming back using that feedback to restructure it under the Parks and Recreation so that we can provide some better consistency, oversight, and alignment with city goals. We reached out to the superintendent. I met briefly with him and the previous district liaison to discuss continued collaboration, but we were not able to get responses to a meeting. And so with the school starting next week already, well, the summer started yesterday, we knew we needed to really get things in order, get some structure set so that we can start recruitment for the Youth Council as a whole next week. So we are definitely still open to future partnerships with the district if they decide to establish a complementary program or express any interest in collaboration. But at this point, we're going to move forward with our Youth Council under our umbrella. With a proven track record of mentoring youth into leadership roles and building real-world work skills, the Parks and Recreation team is a natural fit for organizing the future of the Youth Commissioner and the Youth Council program. At its core, this transition is about creating a more stable, responsive, and enriching experience for our youth participants. Our goal is to ensure every young person in the program has the support, structure, and mentorship they need to grow as leaders, not just for tomorrow, but starting today. The Youth Council will remain. Wait, I missed something. Oh, so structuring it. The Youth Council will remain a volunteer leadership body. They'll remain meeting twice monthly. We have interviewed and onboarded, or in the process of onboarding, 3 youth commissioners as paid part-time staff representing the city. We have returning commissioner Giovanni Bravo, and we have 2 first-year appointees, Marilyn Ramirez Pena and Cindy Alcarez, who are both here with us this evening. The commissioners will work 6 to 10 hours per week to support Youth Council logistics, city outreach, youth engagement projects. And while the commissioners will help facilitate the Youth Council, all council members participate equally in decision-making and leadership so that it's a involved body that isn't just led by a few, but the voice of all. So our focus areas for 25 and 26 will be civic engagement and youth advocacy. So the youth will continue to engage in city government processes, including general plan updates, parks master plan, Toledo Basin development. They'll conduct surveys, participate in presentations, and develop a youth-led service or advocacy project. We're going to meet once they're all on board and kind of see where they want to go with that and how we can best serve the city and bring that youth voice to the forefront. Citywide outreach and departmental connection. Council members will assist with youth outreach and city-sponsored events, serving as ambassadors for their peers. The youth will help shape messaging and participate in cross-department initiatives that impact teens. Again, trying to keep that youth voice as an important part of what you guys are doing as well as what we're doing. Leadership in workforce development. In addition to civic education, the program includes public speaking, event planning, project implementation, and mentorship. As a part of the Parks and Recreation Youth Workforce Pipeline, this program prepares teens for future roles in both civic and professional spaces. The Parks and Recreation is proud to continue developing this program into a model of youth civic engagement, combining mentorship, meaningful leadership opportunities, and real-world impact. The work is about more than just meetings and projects. It's about helping young people find their voice, understanding the systems that shape their lives, and realize they have the power to lead and serve right now, not just someday. By investing in our youth, we're strengthening the fabric of our community. We're building a generation of informed, compassionate, and capable leaders who will carry Soledad forward with purpose and pride. We're grateful for the continued support of council and welcome your feedback as we begin this next year's program. Your partnership is obviously very crucial and critical in making this happen. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and also please welcome our new commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica and Giovanni. Well, welcome back. We're super excited to have you again. And so you're a senior, right?
Yeah.
So excited for your senior year and your next journey. And so happy to have you again as our returning youth council. And Marilyn?
Yes.
Marilyn, congratulations. And Cindy, congratulations as well. And excited to have you as part of our youth council. And so looking forward to this year and what you're bringing forth as part of the voices of the youth. So really exciting to be able to see that. So Jessica, thank you for providing all that great information in the report and what they're preparing for. And so I just, again, want to also thank the school district. I know Superintendent Bangs is here as well as President Burke here, but want to also thank the partnership that we've had with the school district for a while, and also thank Mr. Ivan Mora, Ibarra Mora, for being instrumental in the early onsets as we were getting the program started and getting the youth council moving forward and off the ground. So obviously, the partnership was instrumental, and we welcome the school district to be able to continue to work with them at any point. Obviously, the benefit is for the youth, and that is who we do it for. So it's really critical. So we really welcome the partnership as we continue, and we look forward to continuing more. I just came back from Sacramento yesterday. I work for a state senator, and we run a young legislators program, and so excited to be able to incorporate some of that. We took 33 kids up to from the Central Valley up to the state capitol to meet with the senator, to be part of a mock hearing. So pretty excited to be able to have that part of the civic engagement, right? To be able to learn how important it is for you as our next generation of leaders to be our next senators, to be our next assembly members, to be our next speakers of the House, right? Those are really important tasks. And so you are our future. So we want to make sure that we provide those opportunities here locally as well. So exciting. So let me open it up for our council. And then let me start with Councilwoman Bañuelos.
So question to Giovanni, thank you for returning. And, you're going to be instrumental with Marilyn and Cindy. So quick question with you, Cindy and Marilyn, if you guys can answer this question. Because I know Giovanni, but what's the exciting thing that you want to engage in?
Well,
in being involved?
For me personally, I really want to make sure that all the voices of the youth are heard, especially in Soledad High School, since I know that a lot of students are either not informed or they're either scared of kind of projecting their voice and making themselves heard. So I'm really excited to help strengthen our bond and kind of, I don't know how to explain it, just project our voices.
Okay, awesome.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I wanted my fellow peers to be on the right path and to be around the right people and to just have a better future for them.
Thank you. Giovanni, same question, please.
Well, the reason I joined was just coming out of my shell, and then this has taught me a lot. It's speaking in front of people, especially, and then learning from my past partner, Angelina Flores. We had a chemistry that worked flawlessly, and she taught me a lot of things that I didn't know or needed to improve on. And I'm glad to have worked with someone older than me just to gain the experience and continue forth teaching people younger than me. So
Thank you. And just, props to us. Thank you, Jessica, for bringing it up to us. I really appreciate you holding the fort with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Jessica, for that work. That's going to be interesting to see how you direct this force into the community and being able to connect them with those those resources. And I was wondering, what is the age, or what is the grade in which children can be included or as participants?
At this structure that we're working on, it's a high school level, so freshman through senior.
So any year in
Yep.
freshman?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. So we're actually working on, I was talking with Marilyn, we're working on a tabling to attract the incoming freshmen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ideal for me would be to have those multi-layers. So as one person moves up, you have another person moving in, especially at the commissioner level. It's great having Giovanni here
Yes.
in his second year. And I would like to always see that happening is, in theory, we'll have them coming up next year,
Mhm.
having someone coming in and learning from them. And we'll always have that mentorship element going on.
Yes, and I love what Giovanni said, is having somebody that can teach you something, important things in leadership, and then being able to at the same time pass it on to somebody else. That is incredible. And I hope that you guys could have a variety of grades so that you can develop more leaders. We need a lot of young people in leadership positions, not just at the city level, but a local and state and national levels.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you guys for participating.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this is a great program. Obviously, it's really nice to see you return, Giovanni. I remember I met you when you were a sophomore, and I've seen like you progressing, and I think that's really great. And then especially, not exclusively, but especially as like a young male, I think we see a lot of our young women always being out there and like being leaders. And I think for our young men, it's really nice to see that we have that representation as well. I think that's very instrumental. I also really enjoy that peer-to-peer mentorship that's also going on between the folks that were commissioners, the commissioners that are coming in. I also wanted to commend you, Jessica, and having that, the going forward with the program, even if we were still waiting on some responses from the school district. I think that's a testament to yourself as well. So I think that's really great. And I think it's nice that it kind of lives more within the city, especially since we are providing payment to the youth commissioners. It makes sense for us to kind of sort of take the lead. I also would really like to have more engagement with the youth council as a council as well, just to provide anything that we can also for that development for them, because I would really like to see more young folks up here with us. I think I'm the youngest that was elected, or one of the youngest, and I wasn't that young. I was
Only a
28.
couple of years.
I was 28 and 11 months, you know what I mean? So I think it'd be really cool to see more young folks up here.
At heart.
You know what I mean,
Jessica, thank you so much for taking the time and taking this youth under your wings. And it is a great testament for you, that speaks very loudly of you. Guiding these young people. And to Marilyn, Jessica, and Cindy and Giovanni. I'm always changing the name. Thank you all. You guys are role models to your peers and also to the new generation coming up behind you. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. And I have just a really quick question, because I just want to make sure that our residents do know that you are providing payment and they are getting compensated at $16.50 per hour, which is really important because that's an investment in our youth. And that's really important because we've heard that is really critical for our youth, right? Because they are getting paid as they're getting development and skills and learning, which is really important. And so my other question to you is just to verify that these are funds that are coming through our Measure S dollars. Is that where we're getting the funding? Because I want to make sure that our residents understand that if they are Measure S dollars, yeah.
Yes.
So I'm getting a verification that they are.
Yes.
Our
finance director
perfect,
is.
because he's smiling saying yes. So this is really important and it's key because these are your taxpayer dollars at work. And this is how we're investing back. And I know this is really important for all of us here. We're all, we're taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer just as many of you are. And I think this is really important for us to be able to share to our community that we're investing in our youth utilization of Measure S dollars. And what we committed to our community was that we were going to invest in youth activities and having these leadership opportunities for our youth commission, our youth council to be part of, the activities and learning and the leadership skills and the training that they're gonna get through the youth council is really important through the use of the Measure S dollars. So that's really important for our community to know. So thank you.
Yes. Yeah. And to tag on to that, this summer we employed, including Geo here, 37 area youth through 4 different break camps, sports programs, just the general summer, and that's all through Measure S too. So youth workforce development is a huge part of our mission that we utilize those Measure S dollars for.
May I make an additional comment? I think it would be really instrumental to like kind of put this forward as well, like on the city side, just like this is what we did in a social media post or something like that too, just so that folks are aware of that, because I think it's really important.
Yes, for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is our presentation, and we'll go to presentation 2, which is a presentation of Lee Law signage by Sun Street Center South County Prevention Program. And I think the coordinator, Danelle Hernandez, is going to lead us with our STEPS teams. So I'll let her introduce our teams. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Danelle Hernandez, and I'm the Prevention Program Coordinator for 7th Street Centers in South County, and I'm the Soledad High School STEPS Coordinator. I'm the Soledad High School STEPS. And today I have my youth here, and they'll be sharing about a project that they worked on back in April. I'll let them take it away.
Hi, my name is Monica Chavez. I'm a senior at Soledad High School, and I'm also a paid STEPS employee. Hello, my name is Angelina Gala. I'm a senior at Soledad High School.
And I've been a part of STEPS for 3 years, and I'm also a paid STEPS. So this program is a great way for high school students to get the community hours while educating them on the risk of teen substance use. By joining this program, you're not only contributing to a healthier community, but are also becoming an empowered leader who can inspire other teens to make safe choices. As we transition into our main topic, we'll be talking to you about Lee Law.
In April, students from STEPS in South County, along with the Parts Coalition member, conducted a compliance check in Soledad to reduce storefront signage. The initiative aimed to address the youth exposure to alcohol and tobacco advertising, which increases consumption risks, and the impact of excessive window signs on crime and neighborhood disruption. The team visited 10 randomly selected stores, taking photos and assessing signage compliance with California's Lee Law, which limits window sign coverage to 25%.
Of the 10 stores, 5 were out of compliance, being Monterey Market, Bingo Market, Lassen Market, Valley Liquor, and El Pueblo Market. The remaining 5 were incompliant, but 2, Mi Festa Liquor and Shop and Save Liquor, had safety concerns due to obstructive signs and tinted windows, respectively. The goal is to create a safe environment for youth by promoting compliance with Lee Law provisions. However, many store owners were unresponsive to the educational information provided.
Stores that were not in compliance received a helpful flyer along with a 2-week period to implement necessary changes, followed by a supportive follow-up visit. Our objective is not to incriminate stores, but rather to collaborate effectively with them and the community. Stores that were already compliant were honored with a certificate of acknowledgement. We achieved a 50% compliance rate for those initially out of compliance and a 40% compliance rate regarding safety concerns.
As a youth leader from the community of Soledad, we strongly urge to hold these businesses accountable and provide the necessary education. We also like you to join us in our efforts in protecting our youth, as we all invite you to
our 2nd annual Overdose Awareness Symposium that is happening here at Soledad. This will take place on Thursday, August 21st from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Soledad Community Center. 560 Walker Drive. Join us for a discussion around the uptick in drug-related overdoses in Monterey County, and also get informed to take action to protect the youth in our communities from risks associated with substance use. There will be Spanish translation as well as dinner, raffles, and childcare. Thank you, and we hope to all see you there. Oh, and if you have any questions, please contact Reina Alcala at ralcala@sunstreet.org.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And we do have a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation with the slides that were provided to the council and also to the community that's available. I know we didn't put it up there, but thank you for providing that. And also thank you for inviting me. I'll be the MC for that event. So I really feel honored that I was invited to participate and to be part of that amazing symposium that we'll be having here at our community center. So thank you for all the detail. Let me open it up to the council for questions on the information that you provided. I have a couple of questions myself, but I will start with Councilmember Caldera.
I believe it's great presentation. Thank you all for doing your what you guys were asked to do. I mean, I didn't even know we had a group of people going out there and surveying or what is it, checking on the stores and the signage and that kind of stuff. I mean, I think it was a great idea, and bringing people to compliance or businesses to compliance. It is a great move from this group. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I did have a question about the educational materials provided to those that were out of compliance. I know that a lot of those storefronts, a lot of the store owners may not speak English as their first language. So I'm wondering if materials were presented in other languages.
The flyers that were presented were in English and Spanish.
Got it. I know that we have some other languages spoken.
No,
Okay.
yeah. So the people that we did give them to spoke English,
Mhm.
so they did receive the information in English. That's who we spoke to.
And I think that this is like a really good, sorry, I said like, this is a really good program because just growing up myself, I remember the glorification of like drugs and alcohol, especially on social media. You know, so I think it's good that we are trying to kind of address that, especially because in rural areas, a lot of folks that are underrepresented tend to fall into substance abuse and addiction, specifically the LGBTQIA+ community, especially gay men often do fall under these addictions to drugs. So it's good that we're doing our best in addressing that. So I commend you both.
This is also just an educational project that I have them do, so they learn, like the other councilman said, he didn't even know. So they didn't even know what that was. So they got to learn by researching what is the law. They got to learn what is the website to go on to look for the types of 21, type 22 license and the requirement to find the store. And so they got to learn all that. They got to take the pictures, survey them, see if they were covered or not, if anything was obstructing it. And so they got to analyze that. And then we got to go back and kind of just have a conversation, educational conversation. And what we noticed is a lot of the ones that were not in compliance are the smaller mom and pop shops in the rural areas. So maybe they're just not as informed. And so I don't know how we could work together to have that educational component so that they are more aware of that the law.
Yeah, that's great because I think that this research aspect too is really teachable for you all. And then if you end up maybe interested in research, it's a really good stepping stone.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much for all the work that you guys are doing. You probably don't understand the importance of your participation because a lot of young people always have the mentality that it's not going to happen to me. I work in drug and alcohol counseling for 8 years. And one of the problems that we see constantly is young people trying new things without understanding how dangerous that is, not only for themselves, but for the family. we had a couple of young people that had overdosed in the past couple of years. People that were very bright and they were about to graduate from high school. And every person that we lose, whether a young person or an adult, impacts the family and the community as well. So the work that you guys are doing is incredibly important, and I want you guys to understand that. I also wanna know if the stores that were not in compliance finally comply with the requirements. No.
No.
We have a few.
I'm
There's
gonna
a few.
stop by that store and ask him what happened.
I have
We
to.
have the educational
Mhm.
flyer and let them know, and so it's up to them to change it. We're not law enforcement, we're just there to give them the
Yes.
education.
Okay. Yeah, but it's a wonderful work, and the last thing that I want to say is that I hope that more kids get involved in this program so that they can pass it on to other kids that might not be informed. If adults like ourselves are not informed about this, then there's a lot of young kids that are not informed, and you have that connection with those young individuals, and make sure that you pass that information to them. Thank you so much.
Okay. Quick question, in regards to the compliance ones. You said you follow through once, or you're gonna follow through every week for those that are not compliant?
So we went to the store,
Okay.
we survey the store, we give them the educational,
Yeah.
like why we're here.
Mhm.
Like, hey, we're here, this is what we're doing, we're gonna take pictures of your store. And then we go back and we let them know,
Okay.
like, we see if they changed anything.
Mhm.
And then we say, oh, well, we're gonna come back again, like, hey, just a reminder. And then we go back 2 weeks later and still they didn't change it. So then that's when we come to share the report. And we also share the report with code enforcement as well.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Ladies, you guys are doing a great work, and thank you for, leading the ladies, but then also you had mentioned it's also volunteer hours. This is a good also opportunity, not just to volunteer, but get involved, get more experience. And not only that too, this is a great opportunity to build public relation, build, the service that you are doing right now with others that are interested in volunteering. And 2 or 3 hours is great. I don't know if you have a limited of volunteer hours that you're expecting each of them to do, or whenever they're available.
For 2
Okay.
hours, and then we have other events like this that they can
Mhm.
sign up for, or like last night, actually
Mhm.
right out.
Yeah.
That they could sign up for. Once they meet 60 volunteer hours, they could then apply for a paid position, and if we have one available, then they could become a paid employee as a step leader.
That's awesome. Thank you. And Sun Street is here in Soledad, so this is great, and coming to South County. So thank you, ladies, for bringing it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Soledad. I could say Soledad has the highest numbers of youth participants.
Woo.
except for-
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
many do we have? I
Yeah.
know we have some back there.
Yes.
How many do we
I'm
have?
really excited for the school year to start. Last school year, we had 201 Soledad High School step
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
201.
200.
That's great.
201, yeah.
So I want to say thank you as well. And so I think I've shared this before, but I'll just share it really quickly. So I want to say this is near and dear to my heart. I know I saw you guys, it's been a month? Was it about a month and a half? I went to go visit the teens, and they invited me to come and to share. I got a little lost, but I made it finally. And thank you guys for inviting me. So I did share that, this is near and dear to my heart, because I was part of this program, like, I won't say like over 20 some years ago, right? And so a dear friend of mine, I was with Sun Street Centers, but it was called Preventing Alcohol Related Trauma in Salinas when I got out of college. And I worked on the parent side, Parents Creating Solutions, and the colleague of mine worked to create steps, and she created the logo, created the whole concept, the framework. And so for me, it's so nice to be able to see that the program that was created many, many years ago is still existing, and it's here in Soledad, and that we have so much participation in the city that I love, that I grew up in. And so it's so amazing to see that the work that we did back, I'll say 30 years ago, it's still the same work, right? Because the issues are the same. We were dealing with tobacco and alcohol back then, and it's still the same, right? The signage issues, the undue concentration of alcohol licenses are still same in the same areas that we dealt with before. So thank you for the work that you guys continue to do. And for me, just in terms of, you know, the work that you're doing with these businesses, thank you. But I think for me, understanding what we did back then, 30 years ago, that there's a commitment also that needs to be done by the cities, right? Because you can go out there, you can do the outreach, but if the cities aren't supporting and the community is not supporting, then how is the change going to happen? So I think for me, providing that information to code enforcement is important, but I think I want to come back and look at what can we do once you have that information? How can the city, what can the city do, given that I know our code enforcements are obviously overbooked, you know, and they have a lot on their plate as well. But once you've already identified that there's already a compliance issue, knowing that we already also have, we have ordinances in terms of signage. So there's already some signage potential violations, is how can we address it now paired with what you guys, the evidence that you have, and then looking at our signage laws. And so how can we work together to be able to somehow, you know, now it be a little bit more like, hey, we want to raise awareness. Now you have, you've been notified, but what are you going to do about it now? So I want to explore that as a city, is how do we support to make sure that the work that you guys are doing, you know, that there's going to be a change. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you. Like, look at our signage laws.
I think she might be called. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, thank you so much for the other STEP students that are here with us as well. So I want to recognize you in the back as well. Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to our next item of business, which is our presentation by our Central Coast Community Energy Community Relations Manager, Sophia. And thank you, Sophia. And let me make sure I pronounce your last name correctly. Schwartzky.
Yes, Schwartzky.
Okay, awesome. And thank you so much. And it's nice to meet you. I know we've been playing kind of phone tag here, but thank you. Thank you. And welcome. And thank you for providing us with a presentation in advance as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Sophia Schwartzky, and I am the Community Relations Manager who represents the northern region of Central Coast Community Energy. I'm joined online today by my colleague, Doss Williams, who is 3CE's Senior Policy and Legislative Consultant, and he'll be speaking briefly later on in my presentation. Before I begin, I would like to thank Mayor Velasquez for serving as an alternate on our policy board, and your past service on our board, and City Manager Hunter for serving on our operations board. Your leadership is greatly appreciated. Next slide, please. As you may know, 3CE is the public agency that sources energy for the city of Soledad. We partner with PG&E, who delivers that energy to your homes and businesses. 3CE serves 30 cities and 5 counties. Today, 3CE provides clean and renewable energy to 1.2 million people. Next slide, please. 3CE is on a pathway to deliver our customers 100% clean and renewable energy. We invest in new clean energy projects that supply power across California, with a dedicated portion reserved for 3CE customers. Last year, 3CE delivered enough energy to power enough clean energy to power more than 350,000 homes along the Central Coast. These efforts prevented emissions equivalent to taking 105,000 gas-powered cars off the road for an entire year. 3CE has contracts in place to supply 64% of our annual load with renewable energy by October of 2028. And we have additional contracts pending approval that could increase this number by another 5 to 17%. This puts us well ahead of state clean energy requirements and moves us closer to a carbon-free future. At 3CE, we are investing in innovative energy storage technology. There's a few examples I want to call out for you, and I can send you more information after my presentation, but one example is the Willow Rock Energy Storage Center. This project uses compressed airs to power turbines, and once it's online, it will be the largest compressed air storage project in the world. It will provide 200 megawatts of energy to 3CE customers alone. Aratina Solar plus Storage, Atlas Solar, and Victory Pass Solar plus Storage are among some of the latest projects that 3CE has invested in. Together, these projects will supply enough clean energy to power the homes of 263,000 3CE customers. Next slide, please. Delivering renewable power is only a piece of 3CE's mission. We also provide direct support through a range of customer programs. These programs empower customers to electrify their homes, vehicles, and businesses while saving money in the process. Our Electrify Your Ride program, for example, offers up to $4,000 towards the purchase of an electric vehicle and has additional funding available for the purchase of EV chargers. Additional programs help to lower the cost of upgrading to electric appliances, installing battery storage, and advancing electrification in the agricultural sector. Next slide, please. 3CE also offers programs for member agencies like the City of Soledad to support electrifying your fleet vehicles, installing EV chargers, purchasing electric buses, and adopting REACH codes. This year, 3CE has $300,000 in funding available specifically to the City of Soledad through our member agency programs. And I'd love to serve as a resource to you all to help you learn more about those programs. Next slide, please. Since 2018, nearly 7,000 customers have benefited from 3CE's programs, putting more than $11 million back into the Central Coast. Over $4 million of that funding went directly to underserved community members. This slide highlights how the City of Soledad has benefited from 3CE's programs to date. Combined, your city has received over $238,000 in funding from 3CE. I've also included data from the City of Greenfield on this slide as a benchmark to help put Soledad's participation levels in context. So before I conclude, I would like to invite 3CE's Senior Policy and Legislative Consultant, Doss Williams, who is joining us online to share a very brief legislative update.
Mayor Velasquez, it's wonderful to see you again. Council members, my name is Doss Williams. I'm the new dedicated staff person to represent you and your communities on behalf of clean and affordable energy in Sacramento and DC. There is commendable work being done that we are a part of in Sacramento this year to try to keep energy more affordable. That includes Senate Bill 540, which would create a regional market for energy so that California could sell its excess solar and help clean the energy mix of other states. Our biggest challenge this year has been the congressional budget bill. You are already familiar with its impact to healthcare, I'm sure, but it will have grave consequences for the price of energy. Loss of the tax credits for new energy facilities will raise the price of energy in the long run, making the efforts I spoke of before in Sacramento even more crucial. But a more immediate impact is the loss of incentives for individuals to take action to reduce fuel costs and energy. The bill will end the federal energy efficiency incentives for homes and businesses like heat pump water heaters and batteries by the end of the year. By September 30th, it ends the IRA credit that means local people get $7,500 treated as cash at the dealer for the purpose of buying an electric car or $4,000 for a used EV. This is concerning because this last year we have found that nearly 40% of EV buyers in our territory are income qualified, meaning it's finally becoming accessible for working people. These can be stacked with the incentives of 3CE and PG&E, which means that it's common for many to get $9,000 to $12,000 off a new electric car, depending on income qualification, and 4 to 6 off of a used. We are urging people to take action now to reduce their gas bill and take advantage of these incentives by September 30th. And of course, we are here to answer any questions.
Thank you again, Mayor Velasquez and council members, for the opportunity to share an update on behalf of 3CE. As always, we appreciate your continued leadership and partnership in advancing clean energy and community investment in Soledad. And like Das said, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you, Sophia, and thank you, Das. Nice to see you as well. I know it's been a while, but thank you for the commitment that you guys, both of you, continue to have for our region, and to continue the expansion of 3CE and its territory. So let me start with our council to see if there's any questions in terms of the information and the also the PowerPoint that was provided to us. So I'll start with Councilwoman Banuelos. So these are presentations. I don't think we need to go to the public on these, right? So these are for us, yeah.
Okay.
So Councilwoman Banuelos?
Sophia, thank you for the presentation. And, you know, I am for energy, you know, to save, you know, for Soledad and the residents. And thank you for bringing the details of, you know, the funds, where they're going and how much it is. And I thank you. And I'm excited for the $300,000, you know, that's coming for Soledad. So another comment.
So, it's my turn. Yeah. So, question: if I'm a little confused. So, if I have solar panels, is 3C involved in something like that, or does that affect in my energy or?
Yeah, so if you have solar panels, you are still eligible to be a 3CE customer. Essentially what we do is we have a program similar to PG&E's where we will compensate you for the excess solar that your system produces. And then the only time you would actually purchase energy from 3CE would be if your solar panels undergenerate and you need excess energy to meet your usage. And I think this is a great opportunity to highlight a new program that 3CE has. It's our residential battery rebate program. And it's great for people who have solar panels and even those who don't have solar panels. So you can receive up to $13,000 towards the purchase of that battery if you are income qualified. And it pairs really well with solar because you can save the energy that you generate during the day when it's cheaper and then use it in the evening when energy becomes more expensive. And then, of course, there's also a large resiliency component there. So thank you for the question. And yes, you can absolutely be a 3CE customer and have solar.
So the reason why I'm asking is because I keep I always review my bill, but sometimes I see a charge from PG&E and then a charge. I don't remember the company, but I think it is 3C. And
yes,
and it is when I asked, they said that it is the job that this company do is extract the energy that I save throughout the year and then charges me for bringing that energy into that. So the confusion that I got is, well, when I got my solar panels, PG&E said that the energy that I will save I will be able to retrieve that energy without paying extra. And now I'm paying extra to a company that retrieves that energy that I save.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you asked about this because it's a question that I get a lot at 3CE. So it's important to know that we will never charge you for energy unless your systems do undergenerate, right? The reason that people see a charge on their bill from 3CE once they get solar that they may not be used to seeing is that one way that our program differs from PG&E's program is that PG&E only bills you once a year for the energy that you use beyond what your solar panels generate, right? So with PG&E, at the end of the year, you have a true up where you pay one big lump sum for all of your usage throughout the year, right? And we found that that was making solar less accessible for some of our customers, right? Because they prefer to pay that bill as they go rather than paying the lump sum. So the way that our program differs is that if your solar panels do undergenerate, we charge you for the energy that you purchased from 3CE on a monthly basis. So you're not going to see a large year-end charge from 3CE for energy generation. And then you'll still receive credits for those for excess energy when you generate beyond what your usage is. So then at the end of the year, we cut you a check for any excess energy that you didn't use towards your own usage. And then we also look at your usage throughout the entire year. And then you receive net surplus compensation, where if you were a net generator and fed more onto the grid than you used, we take those kilowatt hours and multiply it by the net surplus compensation rate. And that's an additional check. So I know it is definitely not the most intuitive process, but I will say the customer service line at 3CE, you'll get somebody on the phone within 15 seconds and they'll be happy to walk you through the bill line by line.
I have two additional questions.
Oh, yes,
The
please.
first one is, will that be a check or a credit?
It's up to you. You can receive it either way. If you don't take action, it will automatically become a credit that sits on your account to be used on future charges from 3CE. But if you would prefer a check, you can also go on our website and request a check, and then we will mail you one.
So if that, would I be able to use that as compensation for business? Let me tell you what happened. We saw a company, a solar panel company that was selling those panels, and that they were telling the way they were getting the people, the customers, is you can report this credit or the check as income from a business, and then get depreciation from your solar panels, and from that you will get plus the 30% deduction from the checks. So that is something that I saw like 7 years ago, and it's being continuously done for some companies. My last question is the how much will it impact if I purchase a battery for my home? How will that change my bill?
To answer your first question, you wouldn't be able to have the credits from 3CE be automatically applied to any agreement that you have with your solar company. But that's one reason that we allow people to request the credits that are left over to be sent to them as a check, and then you'd be able to work it out with your solar installer. But to answer your second question about the battery storage, the impact would be that you now have the ability to store energy that your solar panels produce during the day when the sun is shining. Energy is less expensive, right? You charge up that battery. And then when it's 4 to 9, which are peak hours, right, energy becomes more expensive. Instead of buying power from 3CE, you're able to turn on that battery and use that cheap energy that you already stored from earlier in the day. So that's one impact that it would have. And then, of course, the other impact is if there were to be a power shutoff, your battery would automatically click on and you wouldn't even notice that the power is out, and you'd be able to keep things running.
So, Sophia, yeah, Mayor, so can I just make a comment? So maybe what we can have and we can request is have a community workshop to be able to come and answer those more specific questions.
Yeah, we would absolutely love that.
Because I know there's a lot of concern, more specific to individual cases. I think for the council on this presentation is if we can keep it more to generalized questions of the presentation in terms of what you're presenting to us. But this is pretty complex. And I know that there's a lot of very specific nuances to this.
Absolutely.
And so I think we can keep those specifics to, if we can ask you, invite you to coordinate with our city manager to come and provide our community with a community workshop, because there is a lot of, unanswered kind of questions about how
Mhm.
all this works.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Thank you for the invitation and
Yeah.
thank you for your questions,
Through the
Councilmember.
chair, I just want to point that I'm not the only one who has
Mhm.
solar panels, so it's not an individual question. It's a community question. Many people and I have, my neighbors have questions about that. So I think that a community presentation is in order.
Yep.
But I also think that it is, if we don't bring those questions right here, then how would they know that they can ask those questions?
Absolutely, but I think we can just tailor it to like, hey, maybe that requires a community workshop. To be able to get to those like specific questions, because you're right, it's pretty complex and
Mhm.
more than one person has it. We have panels as well, and we struggled with it, so a community workshop would probably work that on that.
And
But you're right.
I'd like to highlight, I actually did lead a workshop on this topic a few months ago. So we have a recorded webinar on our website that walks you through the process of how rooftop solar works with 3CE. So I will definitely send a link to that recording to your clerk, but any way that we can help your constituents better understand 3CE, we're more than happy to help. So thank you for the questions
Yeah.
and the
And
invitation.
we can put it on our website, and yeah.
And is it in Spanish?
Oh yeah, is it in Spanish?
Yes, we have a version in English and a version in Spanish.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me move on to Mayor Pro Tem. You're done?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let me move on to
Information that I think
Colbert?
it was a lot and it was very informative. I believe, and I was gonna ask about the workshop and I was gonna ask about pamphlets, any kind of information you have. So I believe that answers my question. Thank you so much, and I'll be looking forward to attending the
Thank you, Councilmember, for your comments. And that brings up another great point, is we do have bilingual flyers on all of the programs that 3CE offers. So I'd love to be able to drop those off so you can have them as a resource. And then of course we can share them at a community workshop or any other platform.
Thank you so much.
No comments, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. And I have questions in regards to the community investments and I know, I was part of when we joined the JPA, and I think for me, it's really about the rates. Many of our customers at the time, we joined the JPA because we wanted the customers, and I know, they wanted to see the rates decrease as part of, electricity. So are we doing that? I know I struggled when I was on the board and, like Mayor Pro Tem for different reasons, but obviously the structure of the 3CE is very complex. But I just want to go back to that because I think for many of us that look at our utility bills and see all of these different charges, I struggle with the whole NEM charge and what we pay at the end, right? And I'm sure a lot of other people do as well, but I want to make sure that our customers are still getting the decrease and at the end of the utility charge, because that's the reason why the city back then decided to join the JPA, because our rates were supposed to be lower. Is that happening? Can you verify that our customers, our residents are getting a lower rate through the joining of the JPA?
Mayor Velasquez. Oh, yes. Thank you so much for the question. I have good news for you, and then I have a challenge that we are facing. The good news is that 3CE has been able to maintain a price advantage over PG&E for some time. That's varied in times. Back when you were on the policy board, it was only 2% advantage for a number of years. It's been much larger, between 14 and 28%, depending on the rate category. Most recently, it's much closer, about a 1% average rate, but almost all rates less expensive. Next year, we expect prices to be flat or maybe even go down a little bit. But but don't celebrate too much. We do have some challenges. The first is that about a third of our generation cost at this point is the state program that I'm sure you're familiar with, resource adequacy. And so we are trying to foster some reform in the resource adequacy program to enable it to cost customers less money. It's a little strange to have a third of our generation cost come from a regulatory program. And then the future challenge is simply, will there be enough solar storage and other renewable projects for there to be good prices? And that's really the challenge that the president's bill, the congressional budget bill, you know it by another name, it really faces for us is, after those tax credits run out in another year and a half, are people going to continue to invest and build projects at the rate that they have?
And if I could add one thing, Mayor, I do want your constituents to know that being a 3CE customer does not prevent them from participating in the state or federal financial assistance programs for bill payment. So that's the CARE and FAIR program. And if you ever have constituents who are looking to get involved in that program, they can always reach out to our office and we'll make sure that they know how to enroll.
Well, thank you. So right now we're good. So thank you, DOS, but obviously there might be some challenges in the future until we find some additional source of energy. So, well, thank you for that. I think for me, that was important because we want to make sure that our residents are getting, you know, the rates that they deserved based on our entering the JPA. So thank you, DOS. And then my other question also was, you mentioned that we have $300,000 for the city of Soledad. So that is for what purposes? What is, how can that be utilized? Has that been already discussed, or is that something that just was presented today and this council has the authority to look at what the need is?
So that funding is through our member agency programs. And I don't know if we're able to bring up the slides again, but I'll be sure to share all of that information. But it's our programs like the Plan Your Fleet, Electrify Your Fleet, Charge Your Fleet, and Reach Code program. So these are 4 programs that 3CE offers that are exclusively available to the member agencies we serve. And the city of Soledad does have a dedicated account manager and programs manager who will be able to meet with your staff and determine, you know, which of those programs would be the best fit. So I'll be sure to connect you after the presentation.
You probably don't know this, but through the chair, the city is actually working on the Electrify Your Fleet program. We're looking at charger infrastructure, but I probably should clarify, it's not a grant, it's a rebate. So the city would have to invest money to build the infrastructure. So we're working on it. We're working on a fleet plan. It's been a little bit delayed because we were working with 3CE and we want to plan for electrification and what that looks like. But it will come back to you and we can kind of update you on what it is. But it's not we're not getting $300,000. It's an investment rebate that we could maximum get. But it also will require a significant investment on this city side to receive that.
And it is obtainable every fiscal year. So we will continue to fund that program. And especially programs that are where we need a whole lot of them, like high-speed chargers. We are willing to cover 75% of the cost. And if you get another grant, you can use that as your 25%. So say you build another high-speed charger that is accessible to the public, but then another one that's right next to it that you're just using for your public works folks. That's the kind of thing that we can help cover.
Okay. Okay, Das, I'm gonna hold you to this because you said there was a comment that said 11 million to the Central Coast and we're getting 300,000. So I want to make sure that out of those 11 million, we get more than the 300,000 our share. So.
And thank you for flagging
That's
that.
right.
The 300,000 is the funds that are available solely to the city. Your constituents are also eligible for all of our other programs. And
Just
there's,
wanna make
yes,
sure
yeah,
that we get a portion. We get a
absolutely.
piece
Thank
of
you.
it.
We're working on it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Those are all my comments. I
Mhm.
really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Das. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much. Honored to work with you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay, so with that, council, then we'll move on to our next items, and that would be our consent calendar. And with that, we have item C1 through C12 on our agenda. So do any members of the council wish to pull any, oh, well, let me go, do any members of the public first wish to pull any items from the consent calendar for discussion or comment? Okay, seeing none, and let me see if I have any on Zoom. Okay, seeing none, so I'll go out to the council. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar for discussion or comment?
9 and 10.
9 and 10, okay, hold on. Hold on, 9 and 10, and 3. So I'll go.
I was gonna say 3, but thank you.
Okay, and then I have one too. Hold on, let me just find the
And
one
then
I want.
4 for me, please.
Which one?
4.
4. Another 4. 4. Okay. Okay, I have 6. Okay, so with that, then if there's no additional items, then I will, oh, sorry, and I have a comment on 3. I just have a comment on 3, so on a 6 and 3, just a comment. So it, oh, sorry, and it's, I'll put it here. So with that, then I will make a motion, if I can have a motion, to accept, consent calendar items, with the exception of 3, 4, 6, 9, and 10.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. And we'll go with item 3, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
I'll let Councilwoman Banuelos go first.
Okay, Councilmember Banuelos.
Just a comment. I just wanted to say thank you for the Parks and Recs too, stepping up and bringing all these programs, not just throughout the year, but also especially during the summer. I just wanted to say thank you for not only Jessica, but all staff members, and then also hiring 37 during the summer programs. And then that was it.
Okay. Councilmember Ansaldo Sanchez.
Yes. So also want to commend the Parks and Recreation team. They do an amazing job. I did, and then it looks like a lot of more folks are using the facilities, which is great. I did notice that there seems to be sort of an age gap of folks that utilize our services. It looks like 406 pre-K, 979 youth, 359 seniors, but only 63 adults. So I think it would be cool to have more things for the adults as well. I connected with the resident yesterday during our National Night Out, who was saying that he wants to see more adult recreation leagues. He drives over to Salinas to do some of these leagues, and he mentions that a lot of folks on his team drive as far down as King City. So I think it would be cool for us to figure out a way to maybe have more adult recreational activities as well, and recreational teams. I saw that volleyball was one, and it would be cool to see other options as well. And then also I think because it's been a few years now since our community centers opened, I think it'd be a really good opportunity for a community survey as well to see like what they do like and what they would like to see as well. And then maybe even having to see if it's feasible to have like a Parks and Recreation subcommittee or something like that with the residents, and to see if anybody would be interested in that through the survey. But yeah, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So, yeah, so thank you. So I pulled this one as well, and only because I looked at the inclusive program. And I know there's zero, but I know you've been working really hard on all these other programs, and thank you. I know that Councilwoman Bañuelos and myself attended a park event the last Saturday with Monterey County Blind and Visually Impaired. And I know they're trying to do a lot in the city of Soledad, and they have different groups that they're really trying to bring in to provide more programming. They do have classes and that they're conducting in Heart Now, and trying to really bring more families in. So they're having some challenges because a lot of the families have some reluctancy to be able to bring in some of the services to this specific population. But they did mention that they wanted to work more with the city and wanting to see how they can collaborate more. So I know that we've tried working with San Andreas Regional, and I know they've been a little bit difficult to work with.
We're currently working with them again for another fall festival.
Oh, good. Awesome. Okay, great. I was going to mention them because I know I love San Andreas, but I also know that they have a lot going on as well. And sometimes my friend can be a little difficult to work with, but I'm glad that we're doing the superhero or working with him again, because they do have a lot of resources and a lot of families from our area that participate. So yeah, so we could do a lot more, you know, with them. I think that would be really good. And we were able to talk to Marissa and Stephen as well. I know Marissa is the young girl that coordinates the programs, but Stephen obviously is the one that runs a program. And they said they have a lot of families from South County.
And through the chair, not to interrupt, but I think these are all great ideas, and I hope we bring that energy to the strategic plan.
I will.
Because I just want to mention this is a very small team, and so capacity is an issue. We started the rec department in 2021, and compared to then and today, we're like leaps and bounds ahead. But we have to decide more work for them means how do we add a staff, because they've really kind of reached their capacity, or if there are things we're doing you don't want us to do or shift around, that will be great with the strategic plan, because we definitely want to do your, you know, engage in your priorities.
Yep.
So
Absolutely. Or there's groups that they're there. We are working with them, and maybe it's just collaborating with them, and they already have services, right? That we can.
And it is sporadic, just because that is what we're relying on, is organizations that have specialty in that and being able to fit into their schedule. We do have, I mean, this specific activity report doesn't have anything to offer, but we just finished Acing Autism. We're trying to work with Special Kids Connect to do an art program. We've been trying to get a soccer program going, and it's not quite come up. We're able to do an annual basketball, but when we're at their ability, it makes it difficult. We have tried to reach out, and what I would like to see is if we could hire even a part-time person, because when we have youth staff as our primary instructors, it really does make it difficult to hit those the specialized areas.
Yeah, thank you. And I know you had mentioned that, so thank you. And that was it. And then my only other thing, because I want to make sure that I'm following process and policies as well. Yesterday at National Night Out, I know I did have a discussion with Líderes Campesinas, because they were part of they were there. They did discuss, I did tell them to talk to you as well. But they did talk about October. They want to have another event, as they did last year, with the Women's Violence Prevention Month, and having another activity. And I just said, you know, talk to Jessica. So just wanted to put it out there. So it's out there.
Yeah.
and I actually I think this is a perfect opportunity for the police department with their victims advocate. I know they were very involved, so maybe that will be a great venue, and we can look to see the spacing needs.
Yeah, for sure.
That was it. Right, thank you. Okay, perfect. So let's move on to our next item. And that was item 4. And I'll turn this over to Councilwoman Manolos.
Yes, just wanted to mention, thank you so much for the report, in regards to, the months of calls of service and also, the short staffing as well. And I just wanted to, commend, Chief Lombardi, or Deputy Chief Lombardi, and the lieutenant and sergeants, and let alone the support staff, and also our victims advocate, Caitlin Zuniga. And of course, most importantly, our chief as well, that is on board.
Yes.
But I just wanted to mention, I don't see, where's it at? I just flew through it. We don't do anything with the cats anymore, so I do apologize. Other animals in custody, but I'm just going back to our staff and the Soledad PD. Just wanted to commend their hours, and I want to say thank you, because I have been seeing anyone who is interested in being a candidate, they are hiring. So just wanted to share that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have item 9, and I'll turn it over to,
Six.
oh, sorry,
Six.
6. Sorry, that's me. Okay, let me go to 9. And that's under the Community and Economic Activity Report. So I did see.
That's 7.
That was the fire
Item
department.
6 is fire department.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I have it wrong on my item. So it's actually item 7.
It's already been approved, but you can provide a comment on it.
Yeah, shoot. Okay, I have it wrong on my notes. Okay, can I just provide a comment then? Yeah, so just my comment is I'll bring it back for discussion. Maybe I'll do it on under the agendas, because I did see the report that there was a comment in terms of the Miramonte Development Agreement that the city manager was working to the report states the development agreement is still being worked on under guidance of the city manager. This development agreement is expected to be presented to the city council in late 2025 for final review and approval. I know I had talked about bringing this back to be able to establish a committee to be able to work more closely before the final development agreement. And so I want to make sure that that happens before the council, before it comes to the council in a final approval form. So I'll wait till the agenda. Maybe I'll wait till it comes under the agenda, future agenda items, and I'll ask for it to come back. Okay. So I will move on then to item 9, Mayor Pro Tem Cabrera.
For this item, I know there's a long list of fees that are changing. And I would like for this, just a quick comment in what is not included. Because I know there is a lot of included. And my first thought was that the fees were related to bills and things like that, like utility bills. And I just want a confirmation for the public, for transparency, that is not, this change is not affecting their regular utility bills.
Good evening, Suyanis Management Analyst, Finance Department. Yeah, so this specific report only applies to obviously all the list of fees that you see here. The water and utility billing rates have been approved already in the past through a different motion. So they will be seeing also an increase in their water rates effective this upcoming month or the next bill that they'll be receiving. But that has already been approved separately. So that's not being approved today.
All right.
Any
Okay.
questions?
Yes. Yeah. No. It's just so that you can see. It's a different set of fees that
That is correct.
when I saw that title, I said, oh, another increase in the
No,
water bill.
no, this is separate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And number 10.
Number 10.
It's just So what are we actually changing in this? So it's we adding, we changing, we modifying something, or it's just something that is in the process?
So good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Alex Ramos, Assistant Engineer with the Public Works Department. So the item before you tonight is just a partial release of retention. That's solely because we've accepted the kitchen. We've been using it since February, and both staff and the contractor believe it's only fair that we release that portion of the work, considering we overtook it already and are using it now. But the project's still not done, and we're currently working out the gym lighting issues at the moment. And once we come to an agreement of how to proceed going forward, then we'll go ahead and either continue moving forward with the project or closing it out and approaching it a different way.
What other projects are to be done in that community center? Just the lights, or there's?
Correct. At least for this portion here, this existing contract, it's just the lighting issue.
Okay.
But as for the community center itself, I'm not too sure. I don't know if Jessica's still around, but I don't know if there's any other projects planned for the community center at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have about $1.8 million worth of work that needs to be done, including a complete HVAC rehaul, emergency generator upgrades, lighting in the parking lot, EV installation, EV charger installations. So we have a laundry list of fun things like that that still need to be taken care of.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe for Megan, but on that as well, are there any grants that we're currently looking at or applying for to address that cost of too high?
Well, in lieu of you writing a check for us, which would be great, we are working on bringing to the council, well, there's the sponsorship packet there, but also a capital campaign that we want to kick off, that we have some details that we need to fine tune. There CBDG grants.
Yeah, I could probably
Yes, that would be
answer
better for you.
So there's a couple of things that we're working towards. As you may recall, we had program income from CDBG, and there was $100,000 that was set aside for the community center, $300,000 for a home, and $100,000 for economic development. So we've put those applications into the state, and we're waiting to hear. So that our plan is to move forward with the HVAC. I think that was the desire of council. We also are submitting an application to FEMA. I think it was reflected in the warrants. We work with M&S for all the generators in the city, including the generator at the community center. So if we receive funding, that would be another thing. We're also working on chargers. So we're kind of, working point by point of what we have left over. And then, as Jessica mentioned, we're working on a capital campaign structure that involves naming of some of the rooms that we plan to bring back to council for approval, hopefully on August 20th. And then we're going to ask all of your help to go to folks that especially we have some very wealthy families in the Salinas Valley, and hopefully they will consider sponsoring the community center with potential naming opportunity for the multi-purpose room could be, whatever big family for a big amount of money we could name it for. So that's what we're working on. But yes, every time there's a grant opportunity, we have the community center in mind. And the fact that we invested in the plans helps us because we're shovel ready. And we'll continue to look at earmark opportunities as well.
Yeah, Megan, I have a follow-up because I want to make sure, especially when the projects have a lot of funding and there's been a lot of contract change orders, I want to make sure there's a clear understanding of where that money is coming from. So this obviously has a lot, but I know in the financial considerations in the report, it's clear. I mean, I want to make sure it's clearly stated. The project was funded with ARPA dollars. So I don't see how much of the ARPA dollars, other than I know it has a 26,372 of the remaining balance. So if we can have, and it has the T-Mobile grant, the community center capital outlay, the retention payment, but can we make sure that we get like a clear outline of the funding, how much funding was coming in? Because I think it's something that's important for us as a council to understand, but also for our community when we're doing these massive projects that have tons of contract change orders, that we know where that money's coming from. So we know it's not coming from our general fund, but where is this money coming from? And obviously this one, we want to make sure we're providing also credit to our federal counterpart with our congresswoman, because this is funded largely through our ARPA dollars as well.
Yeah, and yes, we can. And in this case, we are also putting some general fund into the facility in this case for that retention amount, because we had to close out the ARPA funds. So we're done with ARPA. We are using some of the facility funds that were budgeted as part of our general fund budget, but
And then we know how much.
yeah, we can provide a breakdown. Actually, we can make sure that we provide you a breakdown of both this project and the community center budget.
Perfect.
So
Thank you.
I'll work with Alex to provide that information. Oh, sure.
So this is the partial release of retention. This item before you, when we come back for the final acceptance and retention release of the remaining amount, we'll go ahead and clarify that in the financial statement as well. So it's reflected on the staff report.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions on that? Okay, so then I think that was it. So council, I will entertain a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, item 3, 4, 6, 9, and 10.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Okay, motion carries. So that's actually, we have 4 and
what?
0, 4 and 1 absent.
Absent.
Yeah.
Absent. So, okay, so we got that. 4 and 1 absent. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item of business. We will move on then to our business item. Actually, hold on. Sorry.
Public hearing.
Our public hearing. We have one public hearing for today, and this is resolution number 6271, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving and accepting the Soledad Police Department's AB 481 fiscal year 2024-25 annual military equipment use report pursuant to Government Code Section 7071D and renewing City of Soledad Ordinance Number 743, approving Soledad Police Department Policy Manual Policy 706, military equipment. Excuse me. So this is a public hearing. We'll receive the staff report. We will open the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing, and then we'll bring it back to council action. So I will turn this over to, I'll turn this over to
Me?
our city attorney.
Sure. So this is part of our annual effort to maintain transparency and accountability concerning the police department's possession and use of military equipment. By way of background, in the early 2020s, there was growing concern about throughout the state about the use of military weapons for local law enforcement efforts. There were reports that police departments had purchased items such as rocket launchers and flamethrowers, and even in some cases tanks, and a growing concern about how those were used. So in response to this concern in 2022, the state legislature adopted legislation that required local legislative bodies such as the city to adopt ordinances approving military equipment policies as a condition to the ongoing use, possession, and acquisition of military equipment. And so the city of Soledad in 2022 adopted the Soledad Police Department military equipment policy by way of ordinance number 743 on June 15th of 2022. In addition to the adoption of the ordinance, the law imposes a corresponding requirement that cities do 2 things on an annual basis. The first is that they have to review the policy that they previously adopted. and a copy of the policy was provided with the staff report that you received. And the second is that the police department must prepare and submit an annual report on military equipment and receive public comment on the same. So the 2024-2025 report was submitted to the council for their consideration on May 21st, 2025 of this year at a council meeting. We also then noticed the public hearing that we have set for this evening. It was initially set for July 16th, but then we moved it to August 6th. Information concerning the public hearing, as well as information about the city's ordinance and the policy, as well as the annual report, was posted on the city's website since the beginning of June. The policy that's embodied in the ordinance that was adopted in 2022 has not been substantially changed since its adoption. We basically follow and adopt the Lexipol policies that are provided to the police department. Lexipol is a national organization that produces personnel rules and policies and so forth for use by police departments, and the vast majority of police departments throughout the country and in the state of California adopt the Lexipol policy. So we use the Lexipol policy. They're very good about providing us updates and so forth, but there is no really significant changes have been made since its adoption in 2022, and staff's not making any recommendations for changes to the policy this evening. With respect to the annual report on military equipment, that also pretty much remains unchanged from previous reports that you've received. The report indicates that the department has not acquired any new military equipment, has no plans to acquire any additional military equipment. The only equipment we have are 13 M16 patrol rifles and ammunition for the same. There is a perceived need for the police department to have this. There's situations that arise in Soledad as well as in other cities where the revolvers, the standard revolvers that are issued to officers, are not sufficient to respond to criminals who are more heavily armed or have protective gear and so forth. And so there is a perceived need to have the patrol rifles. The police department takes them out on a regular basis for training and shooting and so forth to at the range. And in cases, there are cases where they also bring them out just for regular patrol, just in case they do get a call that involves the need for a heightened response. The report also indicates that there have been no complaints received during the last fiscal year with respect to the city's use of the involved military equipment, and no record of violations of use. So this evening, the council needs to do a couple of things. One is to hold the community meeting. It's the ordinance doesn't specifically call for a public hearing, but rather they call it a community meeting to receive any comment that might be provided by members of the community. And thereafter, state law requires that the city review and consider renewal of its ordinance and military equipment policy. Since there have been no changes that are being recommended to the policy, all the findings that were made by the council in support of the adoption of policy 706, that's the number of the city of Soledad's policy in 2022, should remain unchanged. So staff believes that both the annual report and ordinance and policy 706 can be renewed for another year by way of the resolution that was attached to your staff report. The report has been prepared in accordance with legal requirements. There have been no changes to the policy, no immediate plans to acquire any additional military equipment. So based on that, we're also saying that there is no need for the adoption of a new ordinance at this time. Happy to entertain any questions you have on this somewhat overly complicated issue.
Okay, so let me, with that, then, let me open the public hearing first, and then we'll come back for council action and questions, or for questions and then council action. So thank you. So with that, I will open the community meeting. I will open the community meeting at 8:11. And so with that, any member of the public that's joining us would like to make any comments or have any questions on resolution number 6271. Okay, seeing none joining us here in the chambers, and I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. So any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom have any comments or questions on our community meeting or resolution number 6271? Okay, seeing no hands raised, then I will close the community meeting at 8:12, sorry. Okay, and then I will bring it for council questions before we take council action. So, council members, any questions?
Not for me.
No.
Okay, Council Member Ansaldo Sanchez?
I do just have a comment that I know that it says that it's within the police budget, but if we could have a figure in the future on the staff report, just for transparency purposes, what that budget, the amount is, but other than that, it's
A budget, just to clarify, the ammunition, the cost of the ammunition, because the rifles are already in the possession. Correct?
So the report's supposed to indicate what their operational expenses are for the military equipment that you have. And in the past, the chief basically said that, well, it's just part of the overall budget that the department has, right? So it's within the budget, but we could ask for a further breakdown of that for the next time we bring it.
Through the chair, they can maybe make it generic, but I'm not sure if there's share, because it's obviously the bullets. So I'm not sure we could say how much they're spending on that, but if they have other types of that.
We can make a
equipment.
request, right? Just if there's a way for them, like for instance, if the rifles had to be serviced in some manner and they had to send them out for something
Yeah.
like that sort of thing. But yeah, I think that you're probably going to get a pretty generic response, but my obligation is to at least pass that along. to
Yeah, we can. I just want council to understand it might be more than just those rifles, because the same bullets might be used for other rifles that weren't acquired in that way. This is just what I mean. But yes, we can provide the information.
just to clarify, it's for the maintenance costs, that's part in the financial considerations of the staff report, so I was just looking to see if there's a bigger amount that we could add.
Right.
Okay, the maintenance costs on the 13, okay, got it. Okay, any additional questions from the council or comments?
No.
Okay. So seeing no additional comments or questions, and I'll entertain a motion for approval resolution number 6271.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor and a second by Councilmember Caldera. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor, we said all in favor, say aye. Huh? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, because I know this has been carried on for a while. So thank you. Okay, so we'll move on then to our next item, which is we have 4 business items for today. So we'll start with the City of Soledad Transaction and Use Tax Citizen Oversight Committee appointments. So it's exciting to see that we have 3 appointments for today, so we can move forward with having meetings. So the City of Soledad Transaction and Use Tax Citizens Oversight Committee appointments. So the City Council, on this one, we have appointments, and I will turn it over to Megan.
Yeah, and basically what I'd like to do is just clarify that each council member has the right to make the appointment to this committee, and really this is to introduce their appointments, and I would like to turn it over to each of the council members just to say a little bit about their appointment and maybe invite their appointment if they're here to introduce themselves. So that's my recommendation.
I'd like to go
Okay.
first.
So we'll go with, so do we have, let's go in order. So Mr. Ramos Arroyo Jr. is yours?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So he's going to come up and say a few words. But I am appointing Mr. Ramos Arroyo Jr. I've known him since he was a child. He now is a father. And he's very involved here with the community and giving back, you know, and not only that too, he has shown a lot of heart, not because of how I know him, but of his being a parent, and he has that support, you know, with his family. He has a big family, a support family, and he also is vice president, right? To his parents' business. So he is very involved, and it's the generation, the age that he is at. So it's very instrumental that we get feedback from him, and then also with the other appointments. So that's That's my,
Good, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Yeah,
And if we
thank
can
you.
have
You wanna
share a
say?
few words.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, but yeah, no, she said more than I prepared, but yeah, I just want to say thank you for considering me, and I'm excited to share my opinions and with my experience with the community. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're excited to have you and thank you for committing to being part of the committee. We're super excited to have you on board.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we'll go on to Angelica Godoy Rodriguez, and I will be yours.
Yeah, I don't believe Angelica was able to make it today. I don't know if she's online or not.
Hmm. I don't see her.
Well, Angelica is a teacher in Salinas, and she is pretty involved as well in our community. She's made it to some of our meetings, provided public comment as well, and I think that she would be a good addition. And I know that she wants to be more involved with her community, and even though she'll be going to graduate school, which congratulations to her. She says that she has the time to be part of this as well, and I think that's really honorable. So yeah.
Great. Well, we'll congratulate her when we see her, but thank you for being part of the committee. We're excited to be able to have representation. Okay, so now I'll turn it over to Councilmember Caldera and to introduce Mr. David Garcia. I see him back there if he wants to come to the front.
Good evening. Tonight I appointing my friend David Garcia. I've known him as a police officer, Sergeant Garcia. As a firefighter, he was a Captain Garcia. So I'm not gonna say too much. I'll let David
Oh, come
tell
on,
us all
Ben.
about himself.
I was hoping you'd do the whole introduction. Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's David H. Garcia, born in Salinas, raised and live in Soledad. I'm 64 years old, been married for 34 years. I have 3 children, 34, 33, 27, and 21. Like Ben mentioned, actually I attended local schools, and like he mentioned, was a volunteer for the fire department. When it was a volunteer department, did that for 18 years. And I also was employed by the city of Soledad as a police officer for 28 years. And I retired in 2016 and been retired now for 9 years.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
David.
congratulations on your retirement, and it's
you.
exciting to have you back.
I know, really, right?
Oh, you live writing down.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Good to
Thank
have
you.
you. Thank you. Well, congratulations to all 3, and exciting to be able to have now. We need one more, so we're getting there. But at least we have a quorum, so we can start meeting. So which is really important. So thank you, council, for making sure that we have those appointments to move forward. So really appreciate that. Okay, good. Thank you, and thank you to all of the volunteers that made it to come forward. And so you're going to be really instrumental. So we really appreciate your coming forward to be able to do this. So thank you again. Okay, so with that, then we will move forward. And then there will be onboarding, Megan. So all of that will be taken care of, right? To make sure that the onboarding will
Yes.
happen with each of the appointees. So you'll know your responsibilities, when the meetings are going to happen moving forward. Okay.
Absolutely. Our the chair, our city clerk will work with Jesus Yanez of the finance department, and we'll reach out to provide a packet and orientation before our next meeting. So look forward to getting someone being in touch with you in the next couple of weeks.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, big congratulations. Thank you, guys. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to our next item of business, which is item B2, request from the Soledad Unified School District to waive impact fees associated with the district teacher housing project. And we do have our superintendent, Mr. Randy Banks, here, as well as we have President Burke here as well. So I will turn it over to Megan.
Yeah, and
City manager.
and I have a short presentation, and then I do know that also Mr. Bangs, I would ask if council would allow him to do his presentation after I do my presentation, and give him a few more minutes than we typically do for public comment, if that's okay. Just to give you a little bit of overview, if you could go to the next slide. I know council's very aware because this has been in the works for many years. The school district is building a 20-unit apartment complex. Just a quick reminder, there'll be 12 one-bedroom and 8 two-bedroom units, and they're intended for occupancy by district employees. Basically, right before I started, the council approved a purchase and sales agreement with the school district. We had 3 properties, and 2 of the properties were redevelopment properties, and 1 was a city-owned property. The redevelopment properties are very regulated as to how they can be sold. And, you know, there was some time that while I was here where I think the school district had approached the city based on some soils reports to reduce the property amount. So it was originally to be 440, but was reduced to 315. And because the city only owned 1 of those properties out of 3, our portion of the sale proceeds was significantly reduced. And so we are only a small share of 2 of those properties. The bulk of that revenue on the 2 properties, which was roughly, I think, 223, almost half of that, not quite half, 96,000 was reverted back to the school district. We did process a density bonus for this project. Actually, under the just base zoning, it was 11 units allowed. Were able to process a CUP that allowed 15 units, and then they were able to use density bonus to go up to 20 units. So that's how the 20 units came into being. The funding for the project was provided by the passage of Measure N in 2020. That authorized 13.75 million in bonds. And we received a request through Superintendent Randy Bangs requesting a waiver of the fees of $436,000. But in reality, the impact fees are higher than that amount. It's for 485, 740, I believe. Next slide. Just in my review and analysis, yeah, there's the right number. 485,740 is what our development impact fees are. There was in the letter, it did state that they paid some impact fees, but I did want to clarify that these are not impact fees that were paid. These are actually the costs for permitting. And as I think council is aware, we actually contract out a lot of the permitting work because these are highly technical studies that require structural analysis. And so those fees are really out of the city's pocket to CSG and other, consultants who look at engineering and so forth. And this, I have, for example, myself and Mike Howard, we've been working quite a bit on this project, and we haven't charged our fees for some of this work. So the city is contributing a lot of staff time in addition to the permit fees that we collect because we believe in this project. It's a great project, and we do want to see it help. The city impact fees, they are imposed on new development to defray the costs of facilities, infrastructures, and public services needed to support this development. It's not something that we can collect from taxpayers or existing facilities or existing development, but what is new. If we do grant the waiver, it would create a shortfall in our impact fees because we can't rob Peter to pay Paul. I can't increase your fees to make up for the difference of any fees that we waive. So I can't impose that on any other developer. So we would just have to absorb that shortfall. Now, a waiver would require the city to look to alternatives for funding. And we kind of talked about some of the community center gaps. And we would have to pull out of general fund. We could delay planned improvements or downsize. But one risk that we have is we're collecting development impact fees from other developers with the promise that we're going to build those improvements, that we're going to expand those roadways, we're going to make those intersection improvements, we're going to build those parks. So if we don't take that money and do something with it, those developers can actually ask for a refund, and we don't want that to happen too. So we can't just sit on loads of development impact fees. We actually have to move forward with spending it. I have a concern about the waiver may create a precedent for other developments who are really good projects, great projects, but may see that as the council willing to waive impact fees in the future. I did want to also note that I mentioned the density bonus. So the density bonus is upping the number of units, so that does generate additional cash flow to the project. Next slide. So the one thing that I was not unable to really see because I didn't have a detailed pro forma to understand and assess the project's actual financial need. Generally, a pro forma indicates when you have a rental project, what your costs are, what your capital costs are, what your ongoing maintenance costs are, and what the revenue you're generating is, and how those all work together to see what your net income would be. And I didn't have that information, but I based on what I know or could gather from what rental incomes are in the area and what at the moderate rate rental income could be, I estimated that you could generate $50,000 a month in revenue. Now, whether or not that's pure revenue, because I don't know what the operating costs, because I didn't have that information. Obviously, there would be costs for the capital and costs of the ongoing operations that I don't have that information. I think we all know that the city's current infrastructure is not equipped to meet the demands of future growth. So we are going to have to plan for those developments and find funding to do that. So I think the bottom line is if the impact fees are waived, the city won't have the necessary funding to expand and improve those critical facilities, and it puts continued strain on parks, roads, public safeties, and it diminishes the quality of life for our residents. And I know that it's kind of challenging because whether it's the taxpayer who's paying taxes to the school or the taxpayers paying taxes to the city, they're going to be impacted one way or another. I did think about what could potentially be an alternative based on my own experience in housing and what I've experienced in multiple cities of ways that we could maybe support the project. And I talked to our finance director, and we've had the experience of providing loans for development impact fees. And I asked Mike to do an amortization schedule, just, a guesstimate of what that might look like as a monthly payment. A 5-year loan roughly be about $8,500 a month, and a 10-year loan would be roughly $4,500 dollars a month if that was something that was helpful to the school district. Next slide. So as I mentioned a few times that I'd love to help the school district, but this $485,740 waiver would require the city to absorb the shortfall through our general fund or delay the critical capital improvement projects. I know this council's aware we already had to dip into our reserve to balance the budget this year. The other thing that is, I didn't put in my staff report, but I really want to highlight, because Mike is working on closing the books for 24-25. And he gave a preliminary report today at our staff meeting that we estimated we would have collect 1.4 million in development impact fees last year, and we only collected 238,000. So we're falling short of what our anticipated amount would be. And as I mentioned, a waiver would place significant financial burden on the city. I will note that the school district, and just in case you aren't aware, but they also collect impact fees. And what we do is we don't calculate those. We actually refer when people are doing developments, they go directly to the school district to pay those fees. And then, I know a loan is not without its challenges. I tried to think of a way that we could support the school district, and it may not be what will help them. But, in other housing projects, it offers a balanced approach. And finally, if we did do a loan, if it was helpful for the school district, it really helps us because we can also bond and then know that we have a reliable revenue source that would come in to help offset any bonding costs. And with that, next slide. So the quick recommendation is, well, today we're just asking, Mike and I are asking for direction on this action. We'd obviously have to return to council for any subsequent action. The recommendation of staff at this point is to reject the waiver request and potentially consider some alternatives, or request additional financial analysis that may lead to a different conclusion. But at this point, that's a conclusion that we have reached. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Megan, for the information, for providing that, the detailed information of that. So I think you wanted to make sure that the superintendent also had an opportunity to provide his slides. We all have a copy of that as well, but we'll give him the opportunity.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Hunter, for the ongoing dialogue we have around this project, and council members for your valuable time tonight. I'm going to join as a panelist. I'm just getting this notice that I can do that.
Yes.
My slides up, so thank you for your patience as we do that. Okay, so this is a request for the impact fees, and I appreciate all the data that was been provided with Ms. Hunter, and I appreciate her transparency. She did share information ahead of time, and so certainly recognize that. I think first we just want to recognize the opportunities we've had to work with the city on this project, with staff, with Alex Ramos, Mark McLean, Don Wilcox, Jeanette Barbosa, Ariana Mora, Jacobo, Beatrice Trujillo, and then again, Megan. And so we do recognize that there's a lot of staff involvement, and we've appreciated the opportunity. Just stepping back for a minute, there's a lot of good things happening in the city, as we know. We've seen that tonight, have we not? With Sunshine Centers, who we contract to provide those services, and really more than services, opportunities for our students. As well, our SYC, and we thank Ms. Potts, and we'll continue to support as we can. And Marilyn Ramirez Pena, that you saw tonight, is actually on our student board. She's a student board member for us as well, so heavily involved, and it'll be great to have that voice and that connection. And we'll continue to provide seating opportunities for those students at our board meetings. The district is doing everything it can to support Soledad. Soledad has some great things happening, both as a city as a whole and as a school district. We have 3 distinguished schools in this town, 3 of 5 in Monterey County, and 3 of 337 statewide out of 5,900 elementary schools. That's something to be proud of. We are passionate about providing as much as we can for our students. We appreciate the partnership with the Salinas, for the Soledad, Police Department, and we look forward to working with the new chief, who I had an opportunity to meet with last night. And we obtained a grant to do youth safety over the next 3 years, and look forward to partnering. We have an MOU with the city council. We thank you for supporting that, as we have on the board side. We know that there's been some improvements, and so we recognize the improvements on Main Street that will calm traffic and safety for our Main Street pedestrians, Main Street Middle School pedestrians. And I understand there may be a plan for similar measures up in Gavilan Drive, which is a very busy thoroughfare in front of our high school. It was wonderful to have representatives that are groundbreaking, and this is a project that I think won't just be something that the district can be proud of, but it's something that the community and the city can be proud of. And it's not, it's becoming more of a trend, but it's still very uncommon across the state. So we do come to you with a request for waiver, and it may not be binary. We understand the financial constraints that each entity faces because we're public funded entities, and we rely upon dollars that aren't always within our realm of control, be it the federal, as we saw recently, as well as state. And we recognize the 485 figure as a different to the $436,000 figure. We're requesting this because we think this is something that is going to be, again, it's a shining example for the city as well as the district in providing a place for our teachers and our staff to come. We just had our new teacher orientation this week, and as I talked with teachers or candidates, some of them are still looking for a place to live, or to settle more permanently, if you will. And it's not the cost. I mean, it is the cost, but it's also the availability. And they're having to go as far as Marina or King City or beyond. And I think when teachers can be in their community, living in their community, establishing themselves as part of the community, not just part of the school district, not commuting, I think that's good for the district and good for the community. If the teachers develop those relationships and long-term training that we invest in them, and they stay around. So there's a benefit by having that. And we did research prior to conceiving this project that's the case, and that's why it's been embarked upon. As mentioned, we're considering 20 workforce housing units. The project was budgeted at north of $13 million. We know we've both been in the business of constructing facilities, and those costs go up through factors that are not necessarily in our control. And so we have taken steps to help ourselves. And so we have certificates of participation that we've arranged. And so we look to make up that gap that way. And so I appreciate the thought process of the loan. That'd be something to think about. So we're not deterred in our determination to build this project. And that's why you see some great work going on. And if you drive by, it's great to see the progress. We've had some hurdles, but it's moving along. So we're determined, but we just view this, we want this to be a partnership. I think it's a partnership, certainly the collaboration that's being done in the day-to-day work on this and the technical aspects and inspections and everything of that nature. But partnership in terms of the belief that this is something that's good for the city as well as good, certainly for the district. And so that's the spirit in which we come. And we recognize the fiscal issues in council, I know, consider that. But we do want to kind of state our position and our interest in coming along and doing that as a partnership. Happy to answer any questions. But I also want to be mindful of time. And I didn't go through my slides. You have those? So it's more the message because I think we had that information before you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Superintendent Banks, for that. And yeah, thank you for providing those slides in advance as well. So Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say, before we open it up for questions, we do appreciate the partnership and thank you for stating all the, the exciting things that are happening and the partnerships that we have had and continue to have, we'll continue to have, obviously, and the support for our teachers, right? They're really instrumental in having myself, obviously, my niece that's a teacher and having to have her move away because obviously, we want to make sure that our teachers can teach here, but there's all these factors that keep them from teaching locally, right? And losing good teachers is obviously not something that we want to see happen. So yeah, the impact is real and we want our teachers to stay here because it's a benefit to our students. But the challenge of housing is real. It's real now. You're constructing housing now, you see it. We've been facing it for many, many years because it's, it is a challenge. But so thank you for acknowledging that and thank you for sharing the information. So before we open it up, let me just take it out to the public first to see if there's any comments from the public, and then I'll bring it back to the council. So with that, let me open it up for comments from the public. So I'll start with those that are here in our dais. And so any comments from those that are here in our dais? And I do see that we do have a public comment.
Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking today, so I'm kind of nervous right now.
That's okay.
I just came for just came to attend the meeting. But I graduated the class of 2024 here from Soledad High. And I just wanted to mention that I really support the housing project in general. And I know some teachers and some people who work in the front office at the high school who drive from incredibly far away. Like I know one front office employee who drove from Fresno, another teacher who drove from Morgan Hill, and even more that come from Monterey and beyond. And they're really talented individuals, especially the one that drives from Morgan Hill, because they're in charge of the advanced placement program or one of the advanced placement classes at the high school. That's all I got. I just want to say I really support the housing project.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez, council members, City Manager Hunter, Attorney Rodriguez, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Chris Burke. I'm president of the Soledad Unified School District Board of Trustees. I'm here to ask for the elimination or at a minimum, a severe reduction in the impact fees for the district's workforce housing project. Groundbreaking for the project, the city talked of cooperation and partnership. The partnership involves give and take, and we would like to hope for more of the give and take. The district could have built a project elsewhere or bought existing apartments, but we wanted new construction and we wanted it to be a showpiece for Soledad. We want this to be a unique project, and our point of view is that we are providing a public good. That lot stood empty for over 30 years. It was horrible to look at. It was right downtown, and now you're going to have a beautiful apartment complex there. So we're looking forward to that. In regards to infrastructure, we expect most of these to be single teachers. I don't think they'll be in the parks too often. I don't think they'll be causing too much trouble with police or fire. Police and fire will be close by, basically across the street. And all school district employees now, because of the new laws, have to have their entire work history reviewed. They have to be fingerprinted. They have to have Department of Justice background checks. So I don't think there'll be much trouble with police. So for police and fire and parks and things of that nature, I don't think our teachers are going to be there that much. And our goal was to help the city redevelop part of your downtown. The goal has been to revitalize the downtown for a long time. And here we're going to bring 20 individuals, at least 20 individuals with steady employment, solid paychecks. And since we are doing the city sort of a public good, we'd like to have some consideration. That's all I'm glad to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, let me take it out. If there's no additional comments from those joining us here in our chambers, I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, and let me just, those that are joining us via Zoom, if there's any comments on this item. Okay, and seeing none, then I will close the public comment on this item, and I will bring it back to council for comments or any questions. There's 2 questions, and then we'll do any comments that you may have, and I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
I actually don't have any questions. I believe it was pretty clear from both from the school district and our staff, Megan. So with that,
I also don't have any questions.
I do have one. Megan, you mentioned that you don't want this to become a precedent for future references. How will that become a precedent? How will any developers come and say, look, you waive their fees, then can you waive ours, and maybe you can get us into some predicament in extending or not extending the process? So how will that impact, or how will that become a precedent that will impact other fees from other developments?
Yeah, so I think in the past, the prior city council did have a tendency to waive or reduce fees, and for good projects. And that has caused us to have a shortfall in what we anticipated. We're kind of, it's bearing it out right now, where our fees that we anticipated we would collect are way less than what we're collecting. A good example of that was Orchard. It took years to develop Orchard Lane Park because there was deals that were done to facilitate the housing development, and then kind of fell back on the city to find a grant to fulfill that. So I think this council has expressed a desire to make sure that we're collecting the impact fees so that we can meet the needs. And so I think we have other folks who've asked for consideration on impact fees, both housing and commercial development. And I think a better approach, a good example might be Premier Cinemas, which the community has wanted for a couple of decades. And it was really hard in the financial needs to make that happen. It was hard to do. So the city, in consideration, didn't waive the impact fees, instead provided a low interest loan and has deferred some of those, and that developer continues to make those payments. So more recently, I would say that that's been the city's approach. But if we go backwards and start waiving fees, even though it's a great project, we kind of restart what we caused the problem years ago, that we're now seeing the disadvantage of that.
Those impact fees that we didn't get is because they were extended, they were in loans, so what happened to those?
Some of them were reduced.
Okay.
Some of them were waived, some of them were deferred. And we then, didn't build it. And then at the time that we came to build it, in some ways, Maryville did eventually build out. And so we did collect fees, but not enough to build what was required as part of that growth.
Okay.
And we were just fortunate to have Prop 68 to come to the rescue.
Yeah.
But as we know, the state is not in a good financial situation, and those opportunities may not be there in the future.
Okay.
I was gonna ask that question, but can we go to Megan's slide? It's like the second to the third, well, the very third to the last page slide. The one before that. Let's see. So Megan, so the request for the 485,700 waiver. Now,
Was it back one more?
yeah, this one actually, this one. With Howard, with Mike Howard's assistance, we were to collect 1.4 in development impact fees, but only collected 238,000. That's for this year's budget, right?
This is for last
year's budget. Okay,
24,
okay.
25. We anticipated that we would collect that amount, but we do
Okay.
not.
Okay. And the loan approach would is what Ian mentioned, the loan defer or anything. Okay, I'm thinking out loud too, so.
And I know on the slide before, we kind of fleshed out a couple of, you know, if council was interested in us discussing a loan, this could be, you know, these are two options that we did, quick amortization schedule. Would be the kind of the monthly payment that would be made if we were to entertain a loan.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you. No other question.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So I have a question, because I know in terms of, and maybe this is for the school district, because the Measure N, in terms of the bonds, it was 13.75 million. And so I know that there was a variety of different projects, improvements that were going to be conducted with that included the rental housing. So typically I know for other projects, Randy, superintendent, if there isn't sufficient funding to move forward with or there's a gap in the funding, then is it a possibility to go back to some of the other projects that were listed as part of the 13.75 million? You obviously have an oversight committee that's looking at how the funds are going to be expended. Would it be a possibility, and I don't know what alternatives the oversight committee has looked at, to reduce some of those other projects to be able to ensure that you have, because even with the request of the waiver for 436, it looks like you still have a massive gap. That even with that, it's 2.5 or 2.8 that you still have outstanding costs. So it wouldn't even cover. I mean, you still have a significant gap. So what is the school district doing to be able to fulfill that gap? Because you still have the gap. So are you looking at alternatives? Are you reducing some of the other projects? I mean, what are you doing to?
It's a great question. Appreciate you asking. So there's really 3 bonds in play. So let me just kind of set the table. So we have Measure G, which is the oldest one, 2016. It was passed to complete Main Street Middle School, which, if you remember, was under construction, but it had some delays. That measure passed, and I don't have the exact amount. I want to say in the area of 25 million. And a portion of it did complete the middle school. We have a beautiful middle school that, again, we can all be proud of, right? We've been on that campus. By the way, you should check it out this year, because we put some turf in the inner quad, and it's really going to look very nice if you have a chance to stop by. So we had some money left over from that Measure G, and so we're using that for other improvements. So if you've seen some of the roofing projects, both last summer and this summer, San Vicente, Gavilan, and some other areas, that is those existing funds are being used for those improvements, and we have other improvements to do. Roofing probably district-wide over a 3-year plan, and that'll probably exhaust Measure G remaining funds. Then the next measure is, let's go in order of chronological, Measure N, which was the housing. There was 13.75. 1.2 was stipulated for technology improvements specifically, and that was in the voter language. We had to abide by that. That left roughly the 12 million, and where we end up is a 2.7, 5 or so gap, as you've identified, between estimated 13 to 14 million to complete this. And time is money, and because of time, it's become more costly. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Measure E passed, and we thank the community for supporting that. Measure E is intended to modernize and rejuvenate our school sites, especially some of the older school sites. I think everybody's really interested and excited about the prospect of having our stadium have turf and a track that we can all run on. So that's the kind of the one of the highest priorities for those bond funds. We at one point entertained, could Measure E support the gap in housing, but we felt a commitment to making sure that we're focusing those resources on our schools. And the board and myself are 100% in terms of that alignment and being true to really what the community voted for. So that brings us back to Measure N, and as you say, the gap. So when you mentioned other projects, Measure N is really focused on technology and staff housing, and there's really nothing else for that. And so Measure N, the remainder is for staff housing. As mentioned earlier, we did, and I think it's in the presentation, the certificates of participation are essentially a loan, one that comes with an interest rate. We have basically put ourselves in a position to obtain those funds, and it's going to still be tight. That's another concern. And so, 436 or 485 million, it may not sound, it sounds like a lot to me, but in relative to the project, I get your point that how's that going to fill the gap? Well, we're trying to fill it in whatever way possible. And so it is meaningful for us. We want to be able to, in the financial model, I appreciate Ms. Hunter talking about what is exact pro forma of the model. We're working on that. We're going to establish a housing board that will set rates. The market rates will be below, the rent rates will be below market. So one, price, and again, two, availability, adding to the households here in Soledad. But the short answer, I guess that was a long answer, but the answer is that we have certificates of participation that are out and will be accessible, and we hope that will be enough to maintain, the project if we have no more snags or hiccups. Appreciate you asking.
Yeah. Thank you for just kind of going through that sequential kind of the different. So you really have like what we have to contend with, because we have Measure S and Measure Y, and at the end of the day, I mean, we only have those two buckets, and we have to figure out what we committed to our voters.
Absolutely.
And then what we expend those funds. So I get that Measure E wants to be, you want to use those resources on what the voters voted for, as we do with our Measure S and Y. But at the end of the day, you have a gap. And how do you fill that gap? Right. So, I mean, there's decisions that need to be made, and some tough decisions that need to be made. So, I get it. So, and I just want to say too, and, obviously this is a very important project. And to your point, I just want to say to President Burke, I know we did make statements about the partnership and how this is for the public good, and it is for the public good. And I know that revitalization of downtown was important. I mean, we looked at different options and, how we do this. And I know for us as a council back then, it was also looking at how do we contribute to the project? How did we put in our money to be able to have our employees also be part of the partnership? I know the school district wanted to do this separately on its own, which, that was their decision and their choice, and we respected that. But, we move forward with, supporting, and obviously it is an important project to be able to house, the employees and the teachers that are going to be part of that. I do have another question for you, because I think the other thing is, I don't know what considerations the board has taken in terms of reaching out to the state. I know, as you said, these are very unique projects, but there has been other teacher housing projects that have been done. And the state is, obviously looking favorable at these kind of projects, but have you reached out to the State Department of Education to look at other financing mechanisms that, may possibly even better favorable loans than what we can, what the council can provide in terms of some of the financing mechanisms that can be provided to the school district?
We have on a periodic basis, and there's, between legislation that's coming and other opportunities, maybe the disadvantage on being more of a cutting edge. And this, when we conceive this was cutting edge. Now you're seeing more. You're seeing Salinas, Monterey Peninsula, other entities, moving into this arena. They are more, we're kind of beyond what they're looking at. So they're supporting acquisition of land. I don't have down to the detail, supporting just the process of, how do you go about this? And so there's nothing, at least that we've seen so far. And I've asked that because I was hopeful that we'd be able to find some niche where even just a little bit can kind of close our gap. And at this point, we're kind of beyond at least the scope that I'm aware of for opportunities, because what the state's provided, they're trying to develop it, to where districts embark on this, and we're beyond the embarkment, right? We are, hopefully going to have something here in less than a year. But we continue, and we'll certainly continue to do that, and hopefully something can come up in that way.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear that there's different, that you guys are looking at all the options, right? Because, there's, hopefully you'll find some avenues to be able to support, the project, but, thank you. And I think for me, it's looking at, all the information also provided with our city manager, and just making, I would like to move forward just to making a recommendation, and given, some of the shortfalls that we've been facing as a city as well, and some of, the issues that we've had with some of our financing and our impact fees, and given some of the preliminary numbers that were provided with our finances, and making a recommendation, I think it's important for us to be able to partner and looking at the loan possibility, if that would work for the school district. I think that would be an option for us to be able to come back and look at what would be a possibility that would work for the school district. But I think I would echo Megan's sentiment in terms of, looking at this is a different project because it is going to generate revenues. It is an apartment. It is a revenue generating apartment complex with 20 units, given that it does have a density bonus. Typically, as Megan said, there is a pro forma that is being looked at to be able to look at, what is the debt service, what is the revenues that are going to be generated, to be able to look at what can the district absorb in terms of a 5 or 10-year loan, in terms of what are those projections that are coming in. I think without that, the council really doesn't have as much information to be able to determine what is feasible for the school district and what is feasible for the city as well, in terms of where we stand, given our current budget challenges as well. So I think today we're making a recommendation or direction to come back as a council. And I don't know if there's additional comments from the council in terms of other alternatives that we want to move forward with at this time. Or recommendations, because we're doing recommendations, right? In terms of what was presented to us.
I'd like to make a comment. I just want to say this for record, if any of you don't know Superintendent Randy Bangs, he's a leader, and and I want to say thank you to also Mr. President Chris Burke, also being very visual, being very visible here in our community. And if you don't know Mr. Bangs, he's very active, and even just I'm testifying because of what he's done with our Memorial Day. He's up there helping the NJROTC picking up chairs, and he's just not a speaker, but he's also very active. And I just want to say that, and I want to commend that too. So thank you.
I actually agree with the mayor that I will move forward and recommend the loan program and make calculations and see what is the best for us. Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, I guess, a little different. I'm actually not in favor of the notion of robbing Peter to pay Paul, as Megan mentioned. I think we are facing a lot of financial constraints ourselves, and we have an obligation to all of our Soledad residents to provide things like infrastructure, repairs, recreation, and public safety. And although I know that President Burke mentioned that, the folks that are living there may not utilize some of our services, the services are available to them. I know myself, I am a single person, probably around the age group of a teacher that does enjoy our parks and recreation services, and I know a lot of them would as well. I would recommend that the district connect with legislators again. I know last year Proposition 2 passed for infrastructure repairs that may be able to assist with the track and field and stuff like that too, that might offset some of the costs. And I feel like it's kind of up to the state of California to fund our public schools and their projects and not an individual jurisdiction. So I would recommend to reject the waiving of the fees in its entirety.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councilmember Caldera.
I'm actually also in agreement with Megan's recommendation to either offer a loan, either a 5-year or 10-year. I believe that's fair enough. We owe the our constituents that at least.
And I just want to clarify, because it's coming back, but this is a recommendation, but it's obviously going to come back in terms of what is feasible, right? Because we haven't seen a pro forma, so I just want to make that clear, because my recommendation was based on coming back, but I also know working on projects, on housing projects, it's going to be depending on a pro forma that's provided, because we haven't seen that. So until we see a pro forma that has how much, as Megan said, this is different because it's going to generate money. Their apartments are going to generate money. There's only 3 affordable units, and the rest of them are not, right? They can charge market rate. So it's going to be dependent on a pro forma has how much money is going to be generated, what is a debt service, and what is that ratio and how much money can the school absorb, right? So I just want to make it clear that it's going to be based on those factors, and we're not making a determination, but it's coming back to us to be able to review that.
And through the chair, I also want to point out that by the time they are able to produce some income, it's going to be at least, 2 years, 3 years?
I think you said 1.
1 year. How long is it going to take you for the process?
They can
for the building?
I understand just your question, but
Do you have a timeline and how long it's going to take for the developers to
So the certificates of participation, depending on how they're structured, the income will be fairly, I don't want to say insignificant, will be low, because a good part of the income from the rental will be going back to the certificates of participation, essentially another style of loan.
No, what I'm saying is how long before you actually have tenants in there?
So if the tank discovery set us back, but if we were to open for the 26-27 school year, that's the next one, we would aim to house teachers and staff beginning for that school year. So once it's filled, it's generating rental.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify that the pro forma doesn't need to wait until 2 years. The pro forma
Understood.
could be done now.
Yes.
Because you already know the income limits. We already have those income limits. That could be.
Yeah, of course.
So we already can have those numbers.
Yes.
Megan can work with that,
Yeah.
right? Mike, you can work with those numbers to be able to determine what is potentially revenue generating. I just want to make sure you have what you need, because
I mean, absolutely, we can work with those numbers. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure how that will impact the decision that's before the council
Yeah.
Tonight, because it's really not, it's not up to us to decide to make this a viable project. But yes, we can get the information. I think it is going to be somewhat of a challenge because the district doesn't currently operate an apartment complex. So there's going to be a lot of assumptions of what utility costs will be and whether they're furnishing them or not furnishing them. So, but we can look at it. I would hate to have a decision delayed too far from the council, because keep in mind, we can't give a certificate of occupancy until the fees are paid.
okay, so we can look at some numbers and make a
Right.
determination when it comes
Yeah.
back to either move forward or not.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think this is an area I do actually have quite a bit of experience in. I've worked on a number of projects, and I have a pretty good sense of operating costs, and we can look at other similar developments in the area and then in the county to just kind of gauge. And we just are, I think what we're missing is kind of understanding from Randy, and I can work with Randy on that, what the debt service is going to be on the project. And so I can work with Randy and see and come up with a more detailed analysis.
And to the chair, I know Mayor Velasquez had mentioned something early in regards to the old district board, but moving forward, we want to continue to build that relationship and continue to partner up with what we can do as a support as well. So I just want to throw that out there and continue to be visible, not just you two, but the board as well, as we do too. So I wanted to share that. Thank you.
Through the chair, I just wanted to echo Councilwoman Bañuelos' sentiments. I know that on our side, we've reached out for collaboration. I know that in the past, there's been joint meetings with the school board and the council, but that hasn't happened for some time now. And we are all committed to our youth, and I think it would be worthwhile for us to build bridges and collaborate a lot more.
Yes.
So if I could summarize, what it sounds to me like is there hasn't been a single opinion expressed less, yes, let's waive the fees. So the fee waiver has been rejected. The direction to staff is to reach out to the school district, find out first if they're interested in entering into some sort of loan. And then if that is the case, to bring back the information for council consideration at a subsequent meeting.
Yes.
Yep.
Like recommendation, yeah.
Okay. Yes. And then if not, then we can move forward with the next step.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't come back at all. If there's an unwillingness to do the loan, then those were
then
the
it-
only two
Yeah,
options.
then-
There wouldn't be a need for it to come back at all.
Got
Right.
it.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you need a motion to that extent or?
No,
just-
just for direction. We
Okay.
have a consensus.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I-
Okay,
Not a
thank you.
total consensus because you.
Yeah.
But we have a majority consensus.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Randy, and thank you, President Burke. Okay, so we'll move on then to our next item of business, which is item number 3. We're almost there. Resolution number 6273, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad dispensing the bidding procedure pursuant to Soledad Municipal Code 33.24.040A and authorizing the purchase of replacement engine for fire engine 37 from Coast County's Peterbilt in an amount not to exceed 70,000. And I'll turn it over to our fire chief.
So good morning or good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's a long day. It's been a long one.
We understand.
Yeah, it's been long.
Fire service is 24/7.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Chief Jason Lukenbach with the Fire Department. Unfortunately, we did have a significant mechanical failure of our fire engine. It's the motor specifically on fire engine 37. That's the frontline fire engine for the city of Soledad. The city of Soledad does have a reserve fire engine, which staff is currently responding on calls, but it's a 2009. It has a lot of wear and tear, and it's a lot to keep up. The ladder truck, as we know, is in service, kind of, and we're trying to get creative to staff it, but we really need that frontline fire engine back. So over the past few months, engine 37, which normally responds to 5-6 calls a day, has faced recurring problems. We had overheating with excessive coolant leaks, loss of power, and it's no longer capable to maintain our emergency response. The issues have resulted in increased maintenance for temporary repairs, reduced reliability of engine during emergency incidents, and the potential risk of failure during critical fire suppression or emergency medical calls. A thorough inspection was completed by the fire department mechanics and a private entity. And unfortunately, it was determined that the motor itself is damaged beyond repair and needs to be replaced to maintain the engine's performance and ensure safety of both public and fire personnel. The fire department has determined that replacing the motor in engine 37 is the most cost-effective and reliable long-term solution. A new motor will ensure that the fire engine remains fully operational and available for emergency responses without the risk of mechanical failure. So we had two recommendations. One is a full motor replacement. They call it a Cummins ISL 8.9 liter diesel motor. That's what the engine originally had. The recommendation is to replace it with that same engine since it's matched with the transmission, and basically it's a motor swap. The estimated cost of that motor came out to an estimate of $66,251.33. The other option is what they call a end frame. Now that end frame is taking the motor block, taking all of our used components off the current motor, put them back on this motor block, and hopefully we don't have another issue. The cost of that was almost $50,000. That is not a guarantee of anything. That's basically taking, we think these are good parts, put them on there. Catastrophic failure hits, it's going to be a long-term money game for the city. So the staff is recommending that full motor replacement. That comes with all new parts. Basically, they take everything out, put a brand new motor with all components back in there. The cost of that is $48,812. This is what we call a reman motor. Labor's $15,500, and then there was some bulk accessories. So that gave you the cost of just over $66,000 as the estimate. Other than that, that's basically the basis of it, unless anybody has any questions. But it is a significant downfall for the fire department. I will add that the reserve engine, like I said, is a 2009. It's an older engine. We're relying on it. If we do have a significant damage to that, we're going to be in a different scenario. We're trying to staff the ladder truck as much as possible. And the frontline engine is a 2017. So the frontline engine that had damage is only 8 years old. But unfortunately, in public safety, we're going from a cold engine to turning it on to going down the road, not at a high rate of speed, but you're not getting any warm period on those motors.
Mm-hmm.
So the cause of it is kind of unknown. It happens. You get an oil cooler that builds rust. Once that gets in the block, it's pretty much damaged. So we don't know the exact cause, but that's why we're recommending a full reman engine with new parts, so we don't have to worry about this.
Well, Jason, that's not good news.
That wasn't the best. Yeah, that wasn't the best report I could have given, but unfortunately, that's where we sit.
After the high of getting our ladder.
I know.
Right?
I know. Trust me, I wasn't looking forward to talking to Megan
Yeah.
to explain this.
He first came into my office about a $24,000 repair, and then he
That
came
is-
back
yeah.
with the really bad news of no, it's not gonna work.
We thought we had it was going to be a serviceable repair, but then I got a call saying it's catastrophic.
Well, the good thing is we hadn't had, at least in the last couple of years, we haven't really had a lot of significant issues with our fire engines.
100%. For as many calls as that fire engine runs,
Mhm.
we've had a very good stretch, and it's been extremely reliable. That's why we bought the ladder truck from the same manufacturer. So the reliability has been great. Unfortunately, these things happen.
Fortunately. Okay, well, thank you for that report. Let me take it out to the public to see if there's any members of the public that have any questions on your report on resolution number 6273. Okay, seeing none, then let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any members of the public with questions on resolution number 6273. Okay, seeing no hands raised, and I'll bring it back to the council if there's any questions or comments. If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Is this a rebuilt engine that you're looking for, or a new one?
Well, it's
It's a
no, it's
remake,
brand new.
brand new.
It's coming completely all the parts, new turbo, everything comes in completely. It's not a used motor that someone rebuilt.
Yeah, okay.
Another question. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Another question is, you'd mentioned where would we be getting the funds from? Our reserves or what reserves?
What's that?
For the engine.
For the engine,
The
funds.
the funds, the money.
Oh, the general fund reserves?
Oh, for the operating reserve. Okay.
Mm,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it's not a replacement engine, it's a new engine.
Yeah, it's a reman engine. So they call it a reman. It's the best you're gonna get from the manufacturer. It's not coming from another fire engine that's rebuilt. And new everything.
Through the chair, it's made for that particular year. Is that what it is, or it's a?
Well, what do you mean particular year?
Well, 'cause when you say remade, is that what you're?
They call it a reman engine. I'm not by
Oh,
far not
not remade.
not remade.
Okay. My.
Yeah. Don't get too far on the technical stuff. I'm not gonna be able to get you.
No, I just wanted to note before the council considers taking action that this is a situation where normally we would have to go out to bid for this particular purchase, but because of our code, the reference code, which is section 3.24.040A, we can dispense with bidding when there is a finding made by the council that an emergency situation exists and requires us to bid from a local company and so forth. So those findings are built into the resolution, but I did just want to note that for council consideration as well. Yes.
Okay.
And through the chair, Mike and I don't take this for granted. You know, dipping into the reserves is not something we want to do, but not having this engine working is a huge problem. It's not, it's a public safety liability. And so that's why we support this project.
So now we've dipped into how much of our reserves?
70,000.
Well, we already had before.
Closer to
so
600,000,
Closer to 600,000 altogether.
because the budget was about a $500,000 into the reserves. This will take another 70. Our hope, though, is, we're going to be optimistic that we will have gains in some of our other revenues, and that we will actually ultimately not have to dip into the reserves as much as we're currently expecting.
Okay, we don't have any money anywhere else. I mean,
we looked. I went
Not
like
for this.
My
Not for
pockets were
this.
empty, just lint.
and this is why decisions like what we like.
Well, we have to remember that the public safety is 100% funded by the general fund. So it's not like, the answer to your question is yes. Do we have money somewhere else? Yes, we do, but you can't touch it. We have money in the sewer fund. We have money in the water fund, but we can't fund public safety with those funds.
Okay, that's why decisions that we make matter, right?
They do.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Okay, thank you, council. Okay, so with that, then, if there's no further
I
questions.
actually do have a
you
question.
have a question.
What is the mileage on that motor, or on that engine?
So the mileage on that motor was 48,000.
Fairly,
That's a fairly new, so
mileage, because usually those go about 1 million miles
correct.
on a diesel Cummins engine like that.
On a large Cummins,
Yeah.
especially the 8.9, and like the ladder truck has an extremely large engine, the largest you can get from Cummins on that model. Typically, there should be no reason not to go well over 100,000. The difference is, especially this fire engine, when you're going through all the temperatures of the day, and you're going from a cold night at 40 degrees, you're firing it up, going down the road at, bringing these RPMs up. We're not bringing them up fast, and we're not cooling them down appropriately either. And so all the fire engines that we deal with CAL FIRE are the same way.
Not every one of them needs a full motor replacement. This is kind of a rare occurrence, but I know we had 3 already this year with CAL FIRE engines. So unfortunately, that's just the nature of it. Now, we did reach out to the engine's only 8 years old. The warranty ended at 5 years. So it's 5 years or 100,000 miles. So if this would have happened 3 years ago, we'd probably be in a good spot. But that was looked at because that was my first question too. These motors should go 200 plus, almost 1 million miles.
Yeah.
But from what I was told from the mechanics was if you have an oil cooler that is leaking, as soon as it puts rust in that block and you build water, that rust, it just destroys the motor. And that's what happened with the block. Originally, it was going to be a $25,000 fix, still an extensive amount, but not the end of the world. But when they dug in deeper, they said it's completely, you don't want to rebuild it.
Damaged the other.
Yeah, it's damaged beyond repair. They're not recommending it. And the other option we had was buying a long block and building it, but I don't think we would have got anywhere on that.
No, I think the best bet is what you recommended anyway.
It's the reman engine.
I believe we're in the pretty close to how much is gonna be anyways. So, yeah, so I'm in agreement with that. I mean, it's either that or another engine, another fire truck.
And we do have a ladder truck that's going to help take some of this workload from the fire engine. So hopefully moving forward, the share amongst both apparatus will help these last a lot longer.
Okay, well, thank you for the news. So we will move on then, council, with that. Then if there's no additional questions, then I'll entertain a motion.
I move that to approve resolution number 6273.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
guys.
you.
Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. So we'll move on to our fourth and final item, and then we have to go back into our closed session item to finish up our closed session item, so we don't forget. Also, so resolution number 6272, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving a 2-year wastewater biosolids management services agreement with Synagro WWT Inc. for a firm fixed price of 89.97 per ton, resulting in total annual cost of $467,844 for an estimated 5,200 tons per year, and approving said agreement in substantial form and content subject to final approval by the city manager and city attorney, and approving a fiscal year 25-26 budget amendment transfer in the amount of $36,344. Thank you. And there's another hit to our budget.
Yes, fortunately, this
Not the general fund.
I know, not the general fund, but another expense.
Right, exactly.
Obviously for compliance reasons, but yeah.
Correct. So good evening, council members, Mayor Velasquez. I would like to first introduce myself. This is my first presentation to, item. I brought you some staff reports earlier, but they were on consent. So this is the first actual item that I'm bringing forward for your attention. I'd like to introduce, before I start, John Pugliaresi in our audience, and he is the Senior Area Sales Manager for Synagro. And he is visiting in case you have questions that I can't answer. And he's here in attendance. So I'm going to start by saying that we are asking you to approve the 2-year agreement at $89.97 per ton. I know, let's see, did I join? Okay, just share my screen. Okay.
And while Carla is getting it ready, I just wanted to say a few words that she's been a great addition to the city. She's our water resources manager and started in December of this past year, and has been really helping with getting our compliance issues dialed in. And so she's been a tremendous asset thus far.
Thank you, Megan.
Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. So I know that and like I said earlier, staff report brought to your attention, another, sledge management, agreement with somebody else, with a different vendor. And that, that contract has ended, back in the end of June. But what I wanted to do, sorry, my screen has something. What I wanted to do was just go over, I don't know if you guys understand exactly what the biosolids entail. But so the biosolids are a result of the separation of the liquid from the solids from the wastewater, and goes through a lot of processes as it comes out. And then what we end up with is a biosolid cake that looks like Oreo cookie crumbles, kind of. I don't, comes off of a conveyor belt. So our past practice had been that we would windrow. We would take if you can see in the photo, they call it a brown bear. It's a tractor, and it basically mows over the tops of these piles, and it windrows, and it stirs them up, and it dries them. And then the solar radiation and the wind and everything, it dries out. So what we ended up with was a biosolids that was about 85% solids and about 15% moisture. The problem that we encountered back in 2024 is that our biosolids were stockpiled in unlined pond areas, and we got a visit from the State Water Resources Control Board, who gave us a directive and said, you must discontinue your practice of windrowing because you do not have lined ponds, and there is a threat of groundwater contamination, infiltration from that down into the groundwater. So we had to quit that practice. Around that same time, the city was also embarking with a study looking at what else we could do, because the brown bear was having motor problems, mechanical, dysfunction. So they were looking, we worked with Canon Corporation, the consultant, to look at alternatives. Instead of windrowing, what can we do to manage our biosolids? And they did a comparison, and they looked at hauling it off to dispose of it versus keeping it here, windrowing it, and drying it out further. And what the cost comparison showed was that it could be feasible. At that time, they had identified two vendors. One was Holloway, one was Synagro, and the comparison that they did was based on the lower price, which was Holloway, which was about $61 per ton. I do want to point out, let me see if we can go to the next page, is that we produce about 100 tons per week, or about 15 tons per day. So the picture you see here is the screw press dewatering unit with the conveyor belt. As the screw press dewaters, the cake falls onto the conveyor and it falls into this pile. And then that's how we manage after it falls off. So we end up with a lot of biosolids every day. We are different than the other cities in the valley who do not have a treatment process such as ours. So they put it to their ponds, and over time, their ponds are just filling up with sludge. They're going to someday need to deal with that, but they've kicked the can down the road, so to speak, which we can't do at this point, because we end up with this daily residual, the solids. So we have to deal with it. This is the Synagro agreement that's before you today would be basically wastewater biosolids management services. What they would do, they would bring us an empty trailer. We would use the little skid steer in the photo. The biosolids end up in a pile. The skid steer scoops up the biosolids, puts it in the trailer. The trailer will hold about 25 tons, which means that they would need to send us about 5 trucks per week to dispose of the 100 tons per week that we need to get rid of. So one other kind of something to throw in the mix is, so Senate Bill 1383 is focused on diverting organic waste, including biosolids. But when that came out in 2016, the main focus wasn't really on biosolids per se. It was on food waste diversion from the landfills. And that still is pretty much the focus. So and not a lot of people are, clued in on biosolids. That it's more of like, okay, we're going to divert food waste. You see the bins and all of the public awareness around that. But in the wastewater community, there's been a lot of movement towards what can we do to, adhere to Senate Bill 1383 to make sure that we meet that requirement. And so it's right now, pretty much the only thing we can do is haul it off and send it to a area to be compost. And so I wanted to note that, Synagro, who I put out a request for proposals, and Synagro was our only proposal. So we had one single proposal, but I do want to note that Synagro has depth and breadth in the industry. John can speak more to that. They were they were already identified in the Canon consultant report as being one of the providers of this service. They do business on the Central Coast. They have a solid reputation, and I urge you to approve this item before you so that we can embark on a 2-year commitment with Synagro to manage our biosolids and comply with Senate Bill 1383. I do want to note that Senate Bill on the bottom here, Senate Bill 1383 also supports finding alternative sustainable methods for managing organic waste, including biosolids. There are other things in the works, but they would require a lot more capital investment, a huge amount of capital investment to be able to process biosolids on site and deal with the residuals. Some of them are bio dryers with pyrolysis units, but I looked into that, and some of those are in the upwards of like $100 million investment. Yeah, it's like kind of beyond. So there's a lot of talk in the field of what can we do, like on a regional from a regional standpoint. And Synagro is actually, like I said, they have a lot of other contracts here in the area in Monterey County, and there are I guess not yet, but there's going to be talks going on between what can we do as a region to kind of solve this problem, because I mean it's a lot of, the trucking and the hauling is just it's not going to be sustainable in the long run, but there are opportunities available out there. Again, they're not here yet because we're just kind of starting off, but I think a 2-year contract with Synagro will allow us enough time to develop some research into what can we do in the future and how can we maybe regionalize with other localities to solve this problem. Well, I don't really want to call it a problem, to solve this waste, this disposal. Yes. So
thank you.
You're welcome. I think I forgot something I was going to say about, I think that was it. But I don't know if John, if you want to add anything. He came all this way and sat through the entire meeting, so we'll see.
Good evening. My name's John Pugliarese, Senior Area Sales Manager for Synagro. And the reason they call me senior is the gray hair. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and provide a valuable service to the city. And to Carla's point, the management of biosolids is always evolving. And we're constantly having conversations with not just individual jurisdictions, agencies, but with region groups. And one of the things you can look forward to is some sort of regional or sub-regional package that might include agencies like Salinas, Monterey One, Carmel Area Water District, and the other agencies and municipalities in the area. SB 1383 has had a real big impact on the industry as a whole. We've seen cities like San Jose that used to take 60 or 70,000 tons a year dried biosolids next door to the landfill. Starting next month, we'll be managing about 100,000 tons per year of their material, taking it to a variety of land application sites, compost facilities, and whatnot. The city of Soledad's material is not suitable, at this point, is not suitable for direct land application. And as a result, it has to have an additional treatment to be stabilized. That's what the composting process is. It's fully compliant with SB 1383. You'll be able to claim those recycling credits and avoid potential enforcement actions from CalRecycle. So, thanks. Any other, if there are any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Yeah, thank you. Let me take it. I have some questions for you, but let me take it out to the public. We have to take it out to the public.
And before you do that, I remember the other thing I was going to say was that to John's point about the regionalization is that the Bay Area is kind of ahead of the game because they're consolidated all up there really close together. They have a Bay Area Biosolids Coalition that has helped them kind of navigate the SB 1383 framework and get through and to be able to regionalize their efforts, which is something that we could do here. And there is also there are consultants such as I'm not sure I can name them. There's a consultant right now that's working with another agency to try to figure out what their needs are, and that we can also kind of piggyback on that and do the same thing as well. And then I also wanted to point out, I think it was mentioned earlier, but the funds from this would be from the sewer funds, the sewer fund to the line item in the budget, and we do have funds available. And then lastly, I did want to point out, and I think it was John that gave me this tidbit of information, was that we do about 2.6 million gallons per day of wastewater treatment. And a rough estimate is that for every MGD that you do, you produce about 100 tons, 1,000 tons per year. So we're doing 5,200, whereas when you look at our wastewater throughput, it looks like we would do about 2,600, so about half of that. So we started thinking, where's that coming from? We have a septage receiving station at the plant where we have loads come in of septic waste that get deposited into a septic receiving station, and those those contractors, they actually pay a fee for every load they deliver. So we actually that's a revenue source sort of, and this kind of could offset this cost could kind of offset that. And then we are going to do a wastewater, we're doing a lot of rate studies, and I talked with Dawn, our public works director, about possibly looking into seeing if we are charging adequate rates to those septic haulers, because if this is something that creates more biosolids for us to handle, that kind of has to go back on the people who are bringing us the extra solids. So we're going to look at that and see if there's maybe some kind of way we can increase that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carla. Thank you. So let me take it out to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the council for questions. So any member of the public, and then we don't have anyone here, so let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. If there's any member of the public joining us via Zoom that has any questions on resolution number 6272, and that's our business item number 4. Okay, and seeing no hands raised, then I will close the public comment for the community and then bring it back to the council. And I'll start with Councilwoman Daniela. Do you have a question?
Oh, sure.
Just a quick question and comment. Question is that we already meeting standards for SB 1383 you mentioned, yes?
We are not.
We are not.
So right now, the earlier contract that we had with Holloway did not meet SB 1383 requirements because everything was being landfilled and it was not being composted. So we were not meeting that. The reason why we went with Holloway was because I don't know if you remember the earlier item where we had a huge stockpile of those solids, and that was after we had them, and the State Water Resources Control Board said, you know, you need to get rid of them ASAP, and that's why we had already looked into the Canon study looked into that, and that's how we got them, but that we were not meeting SB 1383 requirements. And unfortunately, that's kind of a flaw of the Canon study, was that they didn't touch on SB 1383. So that just kind of went forward. But the good thing is that we got our stockpile hauled off. And so we're kind of starting fresh with just everything coming off the belt. So.
And then we will be meeting.
We will be
We'll be
meeting.
meeting,
So
okay,
with the Synagro, if you decide yes on the Synagro contract, we will be meeting 100% compliance with SB 1383.
Okay, and then just a quick comment. I would love to have some videos, maybe, you know, to put on social media and make them understand the importance of the water resource, what you guys do, because you guys do a lot behind the scenes, and I would love to have them have a tour, but no.
Yeah.
But thank you.
You know, that's one of my ideas, is to do more outreach with the water and wastewater sector and put it in the public's awareness. I have some ideas for similar, no wipes in the pipe. That's one of the campaigns that we can do. You know, I know people think that they're, you know, flushable. They're not. So there's things we can do to educate our public.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely, this was probably, well, with no offense to the other items that we had. This was a very interesting and complicated thing to understand, because I had to research what is a bio solid, how do you process it, and I noticed in the report that there is what we have is subclass B that is not class B, and therefore does not comply with the requirement.
Correct.
And my first thought that so how do we do to make it from subclass B to class B so that we can comply? But you answered it, it is $100 million.
Well, there's that, but there's also, so part of our wastewater treatment process is we do aerobic digestion, as opposed to a lot of places have anaerobic digesters. So when you have anaerobic without any oxygen in there, the wastewater can, you know, it cleans itself up a little bit more, and the pathogen reduces the pathogens. We could do that with aerobic digestion. I don't know if you've been to the plant and seen the bubbling that's going on at the end of the process, and we could do that, but we would have to monitor retention time in the basins, and it's something that we could look into, but fortunately it wouldn't be that different. They're going, you know, Synagro would be able to get it to that class B status for us, but yes, that's the reason why we don't have class B.
So the two things that worry me most, you actually just gave an answer a little bit before, and that said that the worst, we have funds. We have available funds for that. And the other one is that you are also looking for other options to offset the expense. So that was probably my two questions that I had. If there's any way that we can generate income or revenue so that we can offset that expense. But if we have expense money in that reserve, then that's not going to affect our general budget in any way.
Yeah. Through the chair, I think this is probably a super important point for the public. But we actually do have to do a transfer from our wastewater sewer fund in order to do this. So we're doing a budget amendment, and really we're working on a rate study, and people have to keep in mind that these are expenditures that are going to push up rates. And so when we come back with the rate study, you know, I think the message to the constituents is, unfortunately, costs have gone up, regulations have changed, your rates are going to reflect that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes. John just reminded me that we do with by not windrowing anymore, we've eliminated some operating expenses with the tractor and the labor, staff labor to do that. So that's actually, that has freed up a lot of staff time to be able, time spent on the tractor, windrowing back and forth all day has freed up another operator position that was being used for that. They can come into the plant and do more maintenance, repairs, and general operating duties.
Okay, thank you.
My turn.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I actually had the ability to tour the facility and Carla did a great job. So I learned a lot. So this was actually pretty easy for me to understand. I think what's hard though is being in a rural community, we have these mandates that are not funded and we have to come up with the money. And unfortunately that does hit our constituents. With that said, though, I saw a lot of interesting things that I didn't expect people would flush down their toilet. So that's just something for the public to be aware that this is what's causing things to maybe not be in standard, because it's not just solid waste. It's, I mean, I saw wipes, I saw like ketchup packets, like it was just like really random things. So just for the public's awareness to like not flush random stuff down the toilet.
Yeah.
That's why there's a trash can.
Yes.
But other than that, that's
Saves our pipes.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is the correctional facility still operational?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, we have to.
So
We process their
does-
waste.
do they have their own plant or?
No, so they are,
Service
so
now.
there's a force main that comes down off Highway
So
1.
we're getting some
101.
of that.
I
from
can
there.
guarantee you that a lot of things get put.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
down,
That's true.
We'll have
Down the
to-
toilet in correctional facilities, and it's an active rebellion.
Yes, I've heard that.
And so
Yeah, we should be charging the state for that.
Absolutely.
you should do
Yes.
resource control on them and maybe raise their fee.
Well, we're gonna have Senator Laird that's gonna come and do a tour of the facility.
Yes.
So we'll make sure to point that out.
Yes.
And if I can add one other thing, we are much more than just a trucker and a composter. We do a lot of different things, and including assisting with public outreach. We're happy to meet with you if you have a biosolids action committee or a wastewater committee, and you want technical information, you want regulatory information on, constituents, emerging constituents of concern, things of that nature. We're happy to meet with you.
Yeah. that'd be good.
Either virtually or in person.
Thank you.
They can be a great resource for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Councilmember Caldera.
Well, I just want to thank you for the hard work you do. I mean, that's something that I wouldn't want to stick my hands into, but anyways.
Oh, I almost brought you guys a jar. It was going to be
Oh.
sealed. I thought about it because I was at the plant today and I thought I could get a glass jar and just bring it for a visual.
Wow.
But I thought maybe the picture.
We'll bring it back to finish compost.
Yeah, that would be better.
We could do, we can, when we come up to service a load, we can bring some compost that, your park and rec department can use or use on highway maintenance, whatever.
Yeah. Awesome.
You wanted to
So-
pull a Brockovich, bringing a bottle of water.
Oh.
from there?
Aaron Brockovich.
You forgot I came
Yeah.
from the city of Flint. So.
I did have the same question, if we can pass over the cost to the state since we process their wastewater.
So we do have an agreement with the CDCR, the correctional facility. And I don't know, I would have to look into it. I can research that and find out for you what the terms of that agreement are. But I do know you mentioned Fernando Ansaldo, you mentioned the ketchup packets. And that was one thing that Dawn had said that they do as an act of rebellion is they'll, at whatever, 2 o'clock or whatever, they all decide to flush ketchup and
Yeah.
condiment packets and they just flood their area. And then unfortunately that comes to us and it gets caught in our headworks and it's a huge mess. But yeah, there's things that the prison does to try to prevent that. They'll have like no water usage. So they literally can't flush during certain periods, they, you know, could hit the handle and nothing will go, because that is one of their rebellion tactics, is to, you know, flood their cells or, you know, use up the water and everything. So I don't know what we can do, but I can look into it and find out what our agreement is.
Yeah, through the chair, city attorney knows the agreement, and we're kind of stuck.
Skeptical.
Yeah, so we're there, but of course we will look into things. But
Yeah, and I think that's one of the force mains, right? That's really corrosive and that needs to be repaired. So,
Correct.
I mean, I know we're absorbing that cost.
Right, for the
that.
manhole
Yeah,
repairs.
for the
Yes,
manhole
exactly.
repairs.
That's
So, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the prison or CDCR, they do have their own Headworks facility. They have their own bar screen. And so they do a little bit of pre-treatment to try to get out, you know, before they send it to us, but things pass through, unfortunately. So we end up with them.
Yeah, well, thank you. I just want to say, John, thank you so much for being here. I know it's late, but thank you for being here. Hopefully you're staying and you're not leaving tonight. But good. And Carla, thank you so much for the presentation. If we can get a copy of this, because we don't have it. So
Sure.
that's great to be able to have that. So, but I do want to say that we do have Senator Laird that's coming, and I know one of the things that we wanted him to do is to tour the wastewater treatment facility. So I think this is a great presentation. I know obviously he's very keen on making sure that, you know, all of these, obviously Senate Bill 1383 was instrumental in terms of how we're going to divert all this organic waste, but I think unintended consequences are, you know, all these extra unfunded mandates, and especially the cost to us. So I think that has to be really critical. And John, I don't know, I mean, you mentioned in terms of your legislative kind of capacity, and if, you know, Carla, you guys already know that San Jose or the Bay Area is already working on something. I mean, for us, I think it's different because the other cities around us have ponding, and we're the only ones that have the wastewater treatment facility like ours, right? I mean, M1 Water, I mean, is far away from us, but we haven't really worked with them as much. And Carmel, I know, has one as well, but we really haven't worked with them. But
No,
I mean, if we can really try to like look at some of the coalition or how we can do it to be able to look at that. And I don't even know if, I mean, yeah, I work for a state senator, but is like there any like even appetite for exemptions for small cities like us to be able to be exempt from some of these requirements? And although I know it's good, but for us, it's like, this is a cost that we can't absorb. And although I know it's a good thing to do,
right?
I mean, it's things like, I mean, I was already like having a cow when we were sending all this stuff over to Lost Hills, right? Because we're like, wait a minute, we have mandates to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now we're sending all these trucks, you know, all the way down to Lost Hills because we don't have the capacity here. And now we're doing all, you know, all this again, funding that we don't have. And I think for us, again, as council, now we're going to have to increase rates for our residents. And it's already on top of all kinds of other rates that we have to increase for them.
And you're correct. You're spot on with it's the small cities and the municipalities that are getting caught in the middle. We had an inquiry from Los Alamos down by Nipomo down in that area, and they had to dredge their ponds and they had to get rid of their solids. And they were asking if we were somebody who could take them and process them. And I said, you know, we're in the same boat as you guys. We're trying to find alternatives to get rid of them. So I mean, everybody, it's something has to be done legislatively. And I'm glad Senator Laird is going to visit. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be there. I think it's August 14th next week. And I have a doctor's appointment and another commitment. So I'm going to miss Senator Laird's visit, but I'm sad about that. So, but there's got to be something, there's got to be some help. But, you know, I know that when this Senate bill first started out, and one of my many papers that I have, it's the California Water Environment Association. So they do a lot of, you know, they look at like legislative things that are happening, and they did kind of push back on a lot of these things in Senate Bill 1383 to do with the biosolids, and there were no waivers, there were no exemptions, that nothing was going to happen. It was like, you know, you need to you need to get on board with it. But there's other places like that are doing some of those larger capital investment projects, like the town of Windsor is doing a net zero kind of pyrolysis unit, and there's things, but again, the capital investment and is there grant funding available and that kind of thing. So it's
Yeah, Windsor is up there and has a lot more money probably than we do, right?
Windsor is a customer of ours. And they are, believe me, they pay a lot more than you do. For about the same size plant. Their cost, of course, our service for them is different, but their cost is over $1 million per year. But we actually go into the water, so that gives you water ponds over a short period of time.
I think through the chair, I think this is a good thing to look into. And I think legislatively, maybe we can talk to Spencer Street and see, and at least maybe advocate for the state to start thinking about grants that could help invest in capital improvements for cities if they're not going to have waivers or exemptions.
And like I said, we're happy to be a resource for you, provide you some background on the industry as a whole. And specifically legislation that impacts California.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, thank you.
I'll work with Carla on that.
Thank you. And anything you have that would be helpful for us during the visit with Senator Lair next week too, that we can share with him, that would be really helpful.
Yep, I'll leave some resources for you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, then, council, I'd make entertain a motion to approve resolution 6272.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. I need a second.
Second.
I have a reluctant second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. So with that, council, then we'll move on so we can.
Thank you,
go
council.
to our final, thank you, Caroline. Thank you so much, as well, John, for being here. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to, mayor reports, acknowledgements, council announcements, and then council, just as a reminder, we still have our final closed session. So
Through the chair, are we gonna finish everything and then go to the closed session, or we're gonna go to the closed session and finish the?
Mike, what is your recommendation? Do we,
Don't have a preference one way or the other.
okay, so we still,
Could we not
Just-
do these items and just go, or do we need to do reports?
I want to do the future agenda items because I do have one, so we can come back and do that if that's the, if the council wants to defer the reports, we can come back and do that and do that Wait for next time.
I mean,
Okay, okay.
to the chair, wanted just to continue, but limit our time to a minute, so that way we can continue to resume our closing session.
A minute per.
Yeah, just
person?
limit, just a quick dates and all that.
As long as we limit it.
Yeah.
We're gonna limit it.
Okay.
Just the reports and acknowledgements.
Yeah,
and
but
then-
we still have 3 items in the closed session and it's 10 o'clock already.
Yeah.
Let's
It's
just.
10 o'clock.
Okay.
So let's just,
Okay.
yeah, let's just defer council because
Let's
it is
defer.
10 o'clock. So what will come is, I just want to
Okay.
make sure we get the future agenda items because I do have one item that I do want to put on the future.
We have to come back anyway and
Yeah.
make the announcement on the closed session so we can do the future
Okay.
agenda items there.
Yeah.
So
Well,
Okay.
perfect.
And then if you want to do a report, you can send it to Megan on your council reports.
I hate to interrupt the flow, but since Beatrice is still here, is it possible to take those 3 items out of order?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Let me go back.
sorry.
We're still-
Is he gonna do the report?
Okay, oh yeah, so we need him for the report. Let's, thank you for your patience. We're returning from closed session. I'll turn it over to our city attorney for a report on our closed session items.
Yes, on item number one, which was the city manager contract slash, it should be evaluation. We completed the primary evaluation. We'll continue it over to complete it at the next meeting. On item number two, the council provided, conferred with its attorney and provided direction as to whether or not to initiate litigation. On item number three, the council conferred with the city's negotiator, provided direction, and no other reportable action was taken. And on item number four, same thing, council conferred with its real property negotiator, provided direction, no other reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you for that. And so we will defer the other items on the reports, the council announcements, and the city manager's report that's in our packets, and we'll go into the future agenda items, and then we'll do our adjournment. So I just, let me start with the council because I have a future agenda item, but I'll go around. So let me start with Councilwoman Bañuelos.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I have one. If you guys remember the communication boards that I for the company that Talk to Me Technologies, we have we presented a project for Supervisor Lopez, and he's supporting our the project, and he will be providing the funding for two boards for each of the cities, Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, and Soledad. And I would like to bring this project for council review and hopefully approve. The only thing that we will have to do is provide the installation in those boards. And I will send you the information, all the information that I collected. The company is offering 20% discount if we order all the boards for the cities. And hopefully that will allow us to buy the large instead of the medium size boards.
Okay, so that'll come back as an agenda item with cost and everything else. Okay. Councilmember Ansaldo?
No.
Councilmember Caldera? Okay, and mine, just what I had stated earlier, I just want to bring back for discussion also and redefine the role of the type of committee. I was thinking an ad hoc, but I think more of a standing committee and discuss functions and purpose. And this is for what I've been talking about in terms of the development agreement for the Miramonte project. And before we finalize the development agreement, I'm really just having more an opportunity to discuss what it is, how to proceed with the best way to move forward with a committee. So if we can bring that back for a discussion for our next council meeting. And that's it. And with that, then if there's no other agenda there's no further future agenda items, then I adjourn this